3 minutes. To order. On Tuesday, October the 17th, thank you all for coming tonight to participate in our council workshop. Madam Secretary, item number 1.
DS 23098, Oasis Grocery Store Update.
Thank you. Mr. Russell. Good afternoon, Mr. Russell.
City Manager, Secretary. It's been a long time. So just quick update on the Oasis Fresh Market. It was a very good trip that we took out there. So as you can see right here, this is just the outside. I've kind of coined it the Texas to Tulsa. So we took pictures on the outside. What would it look like? It was a very interesting meeting because what we learned was how creative that the city of Tulsa had to be in order to bring this project to fruition. We sat with 2 of their organizations. One is called Partner Texas, and the other one is Partner Tulsa, and the other one is called the Tulsa Economic Development Corporation, which the president of that of the EDC, her name was Rose Washington, was a very, very strong and intelligent woman, and we also met with their city council person out there as well. And this is just the left side, which shows the fresh fruits and market. Again, a lot of the fresh fruits and stuff they get, they like to utilize the local market farmers in order to pull a lot of the fresh fruit in as well. This is the right side, the cashier side. Again, the great thing about this that we love, all of us that went out there, it was very clean. Not that we expected it to look otherwise, but it was very clean, very user-friendly. The cashiers, everyone spoke to us, not just because we were visiting, but it was actually a genuine conversation that we had with them as well. And this is just the back end. As you can see, to your front left is Mr. Randy Sutton. Temple also had joined the trip, which is Dr. Zoe Grant. She had came out. That's Mr. Scott Connell in the middle. That's Mr. Will, I forgot his last name, but he's from the corporate office from Cadence Bank. You see myself, and then you see the lady with the long braids. That is a city council member for that particular district. This just so happened to be District 1 as well. So it kind of coincides like where we are right now with this. And this right here is all of us coming together. It was a very good meeting, a very good group of individuals learning. And one of the things that we did learn from the Oasis, not Oasis, but from the Cadence Bank, which is the New Market Tax Credit. I know we had communicated about it earlier, but the great thing that we learned is how much that they have and how much they're also going to go in into the next steps. So since our trip, we had an additional meeting with Cadence Bank, and since then, from that banking meeting, again, we had Mr. Will from the corporate level as well as the local level. The local level, of course, which is Mr. Randy Sutton, who is in the Killeen market, and Mr. Robert Jones, who is in the Temple market. And we had a great meeting, and Cadence also reiterated that the New Market Tax Credit that they have for this area is in the amount of $10 million. Cadence Bank is also going into requesting of a new amount in a New Market Tax Credit. That is in the numbers of $100 million they're going to request. So within the New Market Tax Credit, they have 5 years to expend that total $10 million. The new request of $100 million it has nothing to do with the other 10. So what happens with the New Market Tax Credit? Of course, for those that don't know, I'm learning all of this as it goes. So I like learning, but learning about what the new market tax credit does, it is set out to ensure that when it comes to the low to moderate income or the LMI or the lower socioeconomic community, there's monies that's set aside in order to build in those communities. Most of us call it gentrification, other people call it revitalization. But this $10 million that they have to spend in 5 years is where Cadence Bank want to approach this project. The one thing that one thing that Oasis did not have the first time when they were going into it from the Tulsa perspective, they did not have any bank support because it was a new project. It's like going to the bank as a startup saying, this is what I want to do, but you don't have a proof of concept. Now that there is a grocery store, the bank is much more apt to go ahead and support this venture. Another thing that we did learn was the city of Tulsa is about to reinvest again into Oasis and put them in another spot downtown, in their downtown Tulsa, which it won't have anything to do with what project is going on right here in the city of Killeen. Of course, I've been seeing news out there talking about, Oasis is moving into Pine Bluff. Is it going to have anything to do with Killeen? Like, no, it does not. You know, the same thing that they're doing with the new location that they're building downtown and going to Pine Bluff, it doesn't have any, it won't hold anything back on this end. Again, the difference between what they had in their build-out package, in their capital stack, and what we have in this capital stack is we have an actual bank support and the new market tax credit. They didn't utilize the new market tax credit in their particular build-out. So that is what is going to make this project unique. Since then, in that meeting where Mr. Johnson expressed his excitement in moving forward, but Mr. Johnson also requested a letter of intent on September the 25th. Now, that letter of intent on September 25th is because right now the bank is asking for his tax return and his financial statements. So without having some sort of LOI from the KEDC in the city of Killeen, he's not willing to do that until he has that. So since then I reached out to Mr. Scott and requested that KEDC draft up a LOI for this request because that's what he needs to go forward. So Mr. Scott Connell, he sent the first draft of the LOI. That came out on September 26th. And then on the 10th of October, I did submit an update from the previous correspondence about the LOI and the digital signatures. Then I received an email reply back from him that he would happily sign the letter of intent, and he would send that forward to Mr. Cagle for digital signatures to get that part completed. And I did sit with Mr. Cagle yesterday. Going forward, right now we're in a good position where in the capital stack. So what is a capital stack? The capital stack is to see what all you have that you can bring to the table to complete and build out this project. Again, what we have here and what Tulsa did not have for him is that $10 million in the new market tax credit. So what does that actually mean? So when I was speaking with Mr. Scott at KEDC, and one of the things that he was saying as far as, because I know we had the grocery store initiative where we set aside the $48,000 for that. One of the things that he had mentioned was, as opposed to using the $48,000 that is in the set aside for the grocery store, why don't they just pull it out of the capital stack that's coming from the Cadence Bank? However that worked, however that's going to be, that was one of the things that he had mentioned in going forward. So if that does get pulled out of the capital stack, then it saves the city $48,000, and that can be used towards whatever it is that you so choose to use for it with that. The first step in going forward is to actually have that signed digital signature of the LOI to be submitted to Mr. Johnson, and then that really starts the capital stack process. I did look at what the paperwork looks like from Cadence Bank. And one of the things that I knew that he didn't know as far as like where's the area at. So I went on the Bellcat and found that parcel and added that information from Bellcat and put on that capital stat. Well, put on that paperwork that's coming from the New Markets Tax Credit. So I did that part, but he's not really interested in releasing those financials until this part is done. But sitting with Mr. Cagle, one of the things that he want going forward from Oasis would be a complete list of asks. What does he want from the city and KDC, whether it's property tax, sales tax, TERS, land, all of that stuff. So I think right now, with both sides from a city perspective, I think is looking a lot more promising from our end because we have the new market tax credit that can be applied. If that new market tax credit is applied, then we save that $48,000, so we save on that end. And I think that's where we are. So again, we're looking pretty good as far as the capital stack goes, and we're gonna save $48,000 on the back end.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. Thank you for accepting my invite to come and present to the council. So the letter of intent that was presented to Mr. Connell, he signed it and sent it to Mr. Cagle. And in return, before the city signs it, if my understanding is that we need to know more what Mr. Johnson wants from the city. Is that correct?
Partially correct. We're still waiting on Mr. Connell to actually sign it and then send it forward to Mr. Cagle so he can digitally sign it. And then once the digital signature comes to me, I sign it, then I push it forward to Mr. Johnson.
And with the $10 million from Cadence Bank, that would be enough to build the grocery store?
I can't speak for that, but of course, looking at where, because I also sent him the link knowing that Dave's and Buster's is coming in the area, which will put him 8 miles outside of where the grocery store is going to be. And with them saying that the whole Dave's and Buster's total construction build out is going to be $5.8 million, it's a whole lot larger than the grocery store. So I would say with that capital stack of the new market tax credit, it would definitely help with that build out.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Sagara.
Thank you, and thank you for the update. I mean, you guys did a good job going out there and doing the site visit, and so it sounds like you were able to get a lot of good information.
Yes, sir.
But I'm still, getting back to what the mayor just said, I'm still not sure of what a letter of intent is. What is it that, so we're giving him a letter of intent, but what is it that he wants, and so maybe if you can clarify that a little bit more.
Well, the clarification is kind of like what I said at the end, like going forward, step one, step two. For the letter of intent he's requesting, it's saying that the city is intended to do business with Oasis Fresh Market and bringing a grocery store to North Killeen. Again, the LOI that's something that he requests. It's not something that was spoken from this side going to Tulsa. It was something that came from Tulsa to Killeen.
No, I understand, and the reason I ask is like, what is it that, and you kind of mentioned it. I think the city manager had some good points, but I look at it the same way. It's like, okay, yeah, we all know we want some, but what does the letter of intent do? I mean, what is the ask? In other words, and I think that maybe that's where in time, I guess we'll have to get some clarification, because just saying, we can sign it, we all want a grocery store, but what is an intent? I think the bank is going to probably want some kind of commitment from somebody saying this is what the city of Killeen is going to provide. And right now, we don't have anything. We're not doing anything because we don't know exactly what that is. So.
Right. I think that probably the draft could, Mr. Cagle will speak more on it than I would. Whether the draft needs to be updated, or add in, more of, we can do the LOI, but this is what I need from you.
Yeah.
Then once I receive that from you, we'll make this LOI a lot meatier, because what we don't want is we send you something and you send it back, and now we're stuck between the sender and the receiver, but the bank is just wanting this one thing. So I would say possibly if he's interested in sending the LOI out and let everybody look at it and then move forward to what that level of commitment is going to be, I think that would be completely beneficial.
Yeah, and I don't see a problem just saying, hey, we want a grocery store, but I think it's probably gonna have to be something a little bit more than that. And again, the reason I ask is I know we've had several discussions. I know at last time there was stone about giving land away. We don't own land, and it's like, is that where they're going, giving them land or giving them money? We don't know that yet, but I know that has been part of the discussion. And so, a letter of intent saying we're interested, I mean, that's okay with me, but if there's no teeth to it, it's like, how does that commit the city to do anything other than we want a grocery store?
Right.
And I'm not saying that's what we want, because I think, as I mentioned before, this is something, and congratulations to them for finding those grants. But, we have so many different resources, tax abatements, we have performance agreements and all that good stuff that it's what normally we use for businesses. But,
Right.
but I appreciate it. Great job with the update. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And Councilmember Cigar, to your question, my concern, Mr. Russell, that I'm talking to Councilmember Cigar, my concern with the letter of intent is, what are we getting? If we sign a letter of intent and we agree that we want a grocery store and we don't know how big it's going to be, who's going to produce the items inside the grocery store, the produce, the canned goods, the bread. So we're sending a letter of intent, which we want the grocery store. But if $10 million, after I spoke to Mr. Russell, and he said he don't know if that's enough. So we're sending a letter of intent that we're going to work together on the grocery store, but on what?
Yeah, and that's exactly my point that I was trying to make. It's that there's nothing there. And if all he wanted was, we want a grocery store, that's what I understood, then, yeah, we want a grocery store, that's it. But to me, that's not really a letter of intent. That's just a letter of maybe support or something. It's like, yeah, the city of Killeen supports you guys coming in and bringing a grocery store. I think we're all supportive of that. But there's really nothing there as far as a letter of intent, because we don't know what the ask is. And I think that's the big question, what is the ask? And we haven't even spoken to the grocery store. We've been having these and I know you've been doing a great job.
Excellent job.
But, you're the middle guy. You're the one that has been taking, good things and a beating, I would say. But I think and you even went out there to the grocery store. So when you look at that, the question is, we need somebody here, we need somebody, and they need to ask, and they need to follow this. Otherwise, it's still too foggy. There's still a lot of things that are unanswered, and so it kind of leaves us in the same place we were before.
Yes, sir. And one of the things, Mr. Ross, I think I stand with you on, if we see the letter of intent, and maybe we could get a better understanding on what is being translated between Mr. Johnson, Mr. Connell, you, and Mr. Cagle. With that being said, Mr. Cagle, would you like to speak and add some
Sure,
more insight?
Yeah, I was just going to say the letter of intent is just an agreement to work together in good faith and exchange information so we can get to that ask. That's in there specifically, is how to get to the ask.
Okay.
And that's really,
Yeah,
that's
because
all
we
it
didn't
says.
know what was in it. Okay, thank you for that clarification. Councilmember Adams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So do we need to do a motion of direction, or you got that's taken care of?
No, you can do a motion of direction, but other council members want to speak, so.
Well,
I
I'm
can-
not going to do it yet. I'm just
Okay.
like, I did go and visit when I went to a conference from my nonprofit. Got a chance to speak to the manager, some of the employees, and some of the customers there. And it sounds like it's a good fit for what we're looking for. My concern is that we don't know what we don't know yet. And I hate that phrase. But first question, I had a couple of constituents ask, what specific parcel are we looking at?
The parcel of land that we're looking at was, of course, the parcel of land that's closest to 38. close to St. Joseph.
Okay, is that the area that's city prop next to the cemetery, or?
Yes, sir, that's it.
Okay, yeah, I'm clear now. I think Mr. Cigar already answered the question about the letter. I just wait to see the letter of intent. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Thank you for clearing that up, Mr. Cagle, regarding the letter of intent. It's just a preliminary in this first step to get an understanding that the city is willing to work with the Oasis Fresh Market. So we're still in the early stages, but there's some good things that have happened, and having conversations not only with the folks that attended the walk, the visit, the tour. A lot of people were very, very pleased, and there was some skepticism. Obviously, this is something new, something different coming to our area, but in speaking with those different people and their experience on that trip, it was very pleasant. Most people were very, very excited about the opportunity. And you mentioned something I think is very important, that the first time around, the way in which it was structured was something that was completely outside of the box to serve a need for that community. Our federal government is also going into a direction where they're trying to find ways in which that we can minimize these food deserts, and we are having to do things in some cases that we've not done before. So, but good for them now finding the bank that's going to help expedite this process. And so we're just not there yet. We're just still in the very early phases of this. So thank you for coming in and, again, acting as that mediator and sharing these updates as you get them. Thank you to Mr. AJ, if he's watching, for continuing to think outside of the box and considering the city of Killeen and filling a void where we have a huge need. We are very thankful for the opportunity. And obviously, again, we're going to leave no stone unturned. So thank you.
Mr. Russell, the council stand in support behind you. We just need more information, and you're going to share that with us. And I know there may be a timeline on the $10 million or not.
It's still 5 years, but they're about to get another $100 million, so, yeah.
And we like that.
Yes, ma'am.
So we stand behind you 100% because we are in desperate need of a grocery store, and you have did all of the legwork to bring this before us. And Mr. Cagle clarified what the letter of intent states. And with that, I don't have a problem with that. So if the council is okay, once we get all the information that Mr. Cagle has requested, that was in your slide deck, what do he want?
Correct.
Then you revise it and send it out to Mr. Connor, Mr. Cagle, but could you also send it to the council so we can see it too once you make those revisions?
Oh, it's coming from KDC.
Okay,
I'm not
okay,
the conduit of that.
okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So will you please let him know
Yes, ma'am.
that we want to be in the loop? Once again, thank you so much for doing everything you have done to bring that grocery store to the north side of Killeen. Thank you.
Ma'am. I'd like to say just one thing.
Yes, sir.
Just thank everybody for their support. Whether it's KDH writing something or somebody posting something on social media, this is what's going to change the dynamics in this area. Yes, Dave's and Buster's is great, it's coming, but a store, whether it's Oasis, whether it's another grocery store, feeding the people at the end of the day is what the goal is. And I think that as long as we keep that in mind, feeding the people as the end state, then don't worry about what a newspaper will write. Don't worry about what a social media would post. Just keep your hand on the plow and just keep digging and moving forward. And I appreciate everybody for doing what you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Presentations. Madam Secretary.
PR 23021, presentation regarding the Veterans Day Parade and the Central Texas Area Veterans Advisory Committee.
Mr. Marty Martinez. Good afternoon, Mr. Marty.
Madam Mayor, City Council, I'm here representing the Area Veterans Advisory Committee, also known as AVAC. Now, some of you know what it is, some of you do not. It is a gathering of all the veterans not all the veterans organizations, but veterans organizations within the Fort Cavazos area. We have Harker Heights, Killeen, some from Coppers Cove. Now, you had got a packet there that I put out, and in it, the first one is a copy of all the organizations that belong to AVAC. The second one is, I'm here to brief you on the parade, Veterans Day Parade. Now, we haven't had a parade in Killeen for 2 years, and the reason for that is due to the fact that inclement weather. First year, it rained cats and dogs. The second year that we're going to have it, everything indicated that it was going to be cats and dogs raining also. And we called the parade a little bit too early, and consequently, when the time came, lo and behold, the sun came out. So this time we're going to wait until the last minute before we call the parade. I am the co-chairperson for the parade, along with Mr. Lopez, who is sitting back there, and Mr. LeBoy, that are sitting back there. We're all co-chairmen of this committee. Now, in the packet that I also gave you, you've got the route of the parade. There's another in there showing the lineup of the individuals. These are just for the VIPs. What we do have is, we are having from Court Cavazos, we'll be sending out a marching unit. The JROTCs here are going to be, from the schools, are going to participate. We also have JROTC coming out of Belton, their Marine Corps. I just got word, we've got a naval cadet, which is not actually a JROTC, but something like that, that will be coming in representing the Navy. That kind of covers all of us, for the exception of the Air Force. We do have Air Force retirees, but very unfortunately, when I invite Temple, they usually have their own thing going on at the school. One of these days, we'll get a JROTC to come in to participate in it. Also in that packet, you've got a registration fee. Not fee, but a registration. That is for the city council if you want to participate in the parade. Now, if you want to participate, please fill one of these out and send it out to me at the bottom, where there's 3 emails there that you can send it to us, letting us know that you are going to participate. We will not furnish the vehicle. We will not furnish any signs or anything, so if you decide that you want to participate. The other thing is that if you do participate, maybe 2 or 3 of you may want to ride in a vehicle, or maybe you want to ride in your own vehicle. It doesn't make no difference. Just let us know what you want to do on that. Now, we do have our parade marshal is going to be the garrison commander. Now, the garrison commander will probably be riding either in a convertible or a Jeep. We do have a Jeep available. And Miss Mayor there, we might be able to get you a Jeep also, if you so desire. So we leave up to you what you'd like to do. We have already established got our permit to participate as in the city. We have requested some porta potties, so located at different places. Bleachers to be located in front of the Killeen Library, so when we pass by there in front, those of you that do not want to be in the parade, you could be sitting there at the bleachers, if you so desire. That's up to you. I'm trying to, Mr. Steve Moore from Fort Cavazos, I have asked him if he could get one of those, I think it's the Australian, I'm not too sure, that are here, that train here. Hopefully that we can get them to also march in the parade. believe I have covered everything, and hopefully, if you have any questions, I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Marty. There are no questions, but thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're
City
welcome.
Council, Mrs. Mayor.
And thank you for your service. Madam Secretary.
PR 23022, presentation regarding the Unbound Now program.
Thank you. Mrs. Hayes. Good evening, Mrs. Hayes. How are you?
Good evening. Thanks for having me, Mayor
Yes,
and
ma'am.
council members. I know each and every one of you deeply care about your community, and so do I. And so that's why I'm here today, to help us all come together to end human trafficking, which is in all of our communities and in our backyards. My name is Christy Hayes. I'm the Executive Director of Unbound Now in Central Texas. And what started as a small, this little office 11 years ago in Waco, Texas, has now grown into 5 offices in the state of Texas. We now serve 39 counties. We have offices in Oklahoma, Louisiana, and then 3 overseas. So now we are a global nonprofit, and we're so excited to be serving Bell County and your community in Killeen. So who are we? Our vision is to truly end human trafficking. And someone the other day said, that is a bold vision. But I believe that when we are together in community and coalitions that care about this, that we can do just that. Our mission, the way that we do this, is we support survivors and we resource communities to fight human trafficking. In the last 11 years, we have served over 2,400 of survivors, and many of those are youth. We do this 3 ways. The first one, our main effort, is youth prevention. We go into juvenile detention centers, middle schools, high schools, and we talk to them about the red flags of human trafficking. We really want to help these kids know what is happening in their environments, what they can be vulnerable to. In the past 11 years, we have been able to empower 72,612 youth. This is my most favorite thing when we go into juvenile detention centers and see these kids who maybe don't want us there at first, and then after a couple weeks, we are just thick as thieves, and it is just a beautiful thing for them to open up to us and to talk with us. The second one is outreach and training. This is one of my most favorite because we get to work with law enforcement. We get to work with communities like you, city council, district attorneys' offices, judges, other partners in the community to truly help spot the red flags. So we go and we train. We have coalitions in almost every Texas office where we put everyone around the table and we make sure that their expertise is heard, because we cannot do what we do unless we have law enforcement with us. I just got back from a meeting with the Killeen Police Department, and they are doing a great job in partnering with us. Just in the last 11 years, we have served and trained 127,452 individuals. And then what I call kind of our bread and butter, our third main line of effort, is survivor advocacy. This is when we get to just be one-on-one with the survivors, and I read case files every week that bring me to tears. Sometimes I joke in the middle that I have to go work out and come back because it's too heavy to read some of the things that these kids have gone through. The trauma that they have experienced in the first 11, 12, 13 years of life, I will never know. My kids will never know. My 12-year-old little girl and the 12-year-old case that I read the other day are very, very different. But those are the kids that we want to serve and make sure that they do not fall through the cracks. Just to tell you a little bit in its simplest term, what human trafficking is when someone is coerced, forced, manipulated into providing a labor or sexual service for someone else's financial gain. But if you are a minor, any commercial sex act is trafficking or exploitation. Here's some grave statistics. There are 40.3 million worldwide who have been trafficked. It's a $150 billion industry, because when you have trafficking of drugs, that can be trafficked one time, but a person, a body, can be trafficked multiple times. There are 313,000 victims that they've identified in Texas, and 79,000 minors and youth, which is pretty staggering. Some of the top risk factors, and many of you will know these in your own community, are those who have run away, those in the foster care system. We say that traffickers prey on vulnerabilities. So when kids are in vulnerable situations, that is where traffickers prey. And so we want to make sure that we find those places, that we know those places, so we can help those kids see those red flags. we're so thankful for you. We're so thankful for your hearts for this issue, and we are very happy to be working with you, your police departments, as we do this together. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Hayes. Council, I received the email from Belton Mayor Ledge, and he introduced me to Mrs. Hayes, working on a partnership together, the city of Killeen and Belton, to get rid of child trafficking throughout Central Texas. And I wanted her to come and speak before you to see if there's something that you would join forces with me and her and Belton to come together and work with our resources to assist with the fight against child trafficking. So with that, and you know I truly appreciate you, Christy, but I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Boyd.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for making sure this was on our agenda for discussion. I want to also say thank you for the presentation. You guys bear with me, dealing with sinus pressure, and then these aligners in my mouth, so hopefully I can speak clear enough. I'm interested in supporting this initiative. This is something that's dear to me. I strongly detest human trafficking. It's essentially taking advantage of people, and that's just wrong. In 2015, I sat in a presentation in San Antonio, and they talked about human trafficking. It's the first time I was introduced to the industry as far as education on it. And they said right there in San Antonio at the intersection of 35 and 10 was a major point where a lot of it occurs. And that was just very interesting to me right here in the state of Texas. So whatever we can do to support this initiative, I hope that the council will move forward in doing so. And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Councilmember Boyd. Councilmember Adams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thanks for bringing this presentation. I know there used to be a Central Texas Human Trafficking Task Force, but I think Aware Central Texas used to facilitate. Is that still in existence? We know?
It is not in existence right now, but I think there are some conversations to have that, and we are happy to partner with anyone in this area. We have a task force in Waco. It's been 8 years. I chair that task force, and people from all over the areas that we serve 8 counties, including Bell County, that they can come to that task force as well. We want to work with all law enforcement, Homeland Security, Department of Public Safety. We sit with all of them around the table to help get resources from each department to see what they're doing and how they're doing it. And so it is one of my favorite things because we get to push all the ego aside. Everyone gets in a room for one vision and one mission. So
Yeah, I used to be on a task force investigating child trafficking.
Thank you for
and there's a special place and a certain place for people that do that.
Yeah.
But on the third Wednesday, I think it is, we have our Crime Solutions Committee, and that's one of the stats that the chief of police mentioned was crimes against, basically the domestic or trafficking type crimes were an issue. So I would invite you or somebody from your staff
Yes.
to come and join the committee, well, not join the committee, I can't do that individually, but come visit with us.
Yes, I would love it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Thank you. You guys are truly doing a great work. I had the opportunity to take a few classes many, many years ago with your program when the task force against Texas Save Our Youth was in place, and then also I was part of the task force against human trafficking and domestic violence. So it is truly a hard thing to deal with, but it's definitely something that we need to really take seriously, especially with Texas being a hotbed for that type of industry, unfortunately. And then, of course, where we're located is a prime location. So any way that we can show support, I can't speak for the council, but I speak for myself 100%. I'd love to have a continued conversation with you about that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? So Mrs. Hayes and Chief Lopez, thank you all for working together. And I'm all about, as they're going to say, comprehensive plan, and that's our community outreach. And human trafficking is a serious matter right here in Killeen. And to have joint forces with you and Belton to try to eradicate and get rid of this terrible cycle of trafficking in our community is something that we all should join forces to do. And I thank you and your team. And I will be getting with you to find out what resources you need from the city of Killeen and also Chief Lopez and see how we can further assist with this cause.
Wonderful.
Thank
you
you.
so much. Thanks
You're
for the
welcome.
opportunity.
Madam Secretary, citizen petitions.
CP 23025, Eugene Alexander, grants available for the adoption of solar power and electric vehicles.
Mr. Alexander. Mr. Alexander? Okay. Okay, Madam Secretary.
CP 23026, Melissa Brown, discussion of process for citizens petitions, who, what, how.
Good afternoon, ma'am. You have 4 minutes.
Good afternoon, and thank you for reminding me that I get 4 minutes of truly free speech at this particular meeting because I had to request it. Citizens petition are the only way that citizens get true free speech at the city council meetings, because it's the only way for us to come up and address the council on the things that are important to us that are not already on the agenda. You all know that there are rules that prohibit us from straying off of the agenda topics far, or even in some cases slightly, depending on how strictly we're adhering to that topic. The process used to be as easy as either calling the city secretary or sending an email to the city secretary, letting them know that this is my name, I would like to address the city council, this is what I would like to talk about, and a week later, it was on the agenda. Now, citizens requesting a citizen's petition have to fill out a form that is mandatory, that is formatted, that I don't believe I saw the city council say that they were going to require. That then goes to the city secretary, who then forwards it to the city manager. The city manager, along with sometimes the city attorney, will decide if that's an adequate citizen's petition to be put on the agenda. I've looked through our governing standards, I've looked through our charter, and I don't see anywhere in either that say that that is the role of staff to decide what is applicable. Now, there are limitations on citizens' petitions. We are limited to one topic per week. We are limited to not speaking about anything that we are, as individuals, are in litigation with the city about. That's it. Those are what our limitations are. Those are very clear reasons. Obviously, I don't promote coming up here and condoning violence. I don't promote coming up here and trying to incite violence. I personally try my best to come up and make sure that I don't even come up and personally attack anyone and bring emotion into it. When I come up with a citizen's petition, it's because it's a serious matter. Not only is it the how, it's the who. So when it comes to citizen comments, it is law, it is established that by citizen it means any person. Any person is able to come in and speak on citizen comments. And actually, the governing standards are a little bit they conflict with each other. You have one section under it that says citizens must fill out a form prior to the beginning of the meeting, which I don't remember when that was added, but it had to have been fairly recently. The other one says, though, that citizens must fill out that form immediately after speaking. So you can come up during citizen comment or public hearing, fill out your form, and turn it into the secretary after, and that's just for record-keeping purposes. But to bring that back to how it relates to the citizens' petitions are strictly limited to only those persons who reside within the incorporated limits of the city of Killeen. We have soldiers at Fort Cavazos who are affected by the things that this council decides on. We have business owners who do not live in Killeen who are affected by the decisions from the city council. We have community partners outside of the city, and in some cases outside of the state, who may feel they want to come and address the council on it. We need one standardized definition of citizen, or it should just be public. Why can't we have a public petition? Why can't anybody petition to come in and speak with
Thank
you all?
you. Your time is up.
I was just, one request for either one moment or the
Council.
opportunity for the council members to ask questions for a moment.
Councilmember Boyd? No. So, yes, 1 minute, please.
Thank you very much.
Madam Secretary, 1 minute, please.
Thank you. So where I was at on that is I think that not only do the governing standards need to be reviewed, but so does the process of this. Our governing standards actually say the mayor sets the agenda with the assistance of the city manager. They're supposed to work together. So if anyone were to be deciding on citizens petitions, which as long as they don't violate either of the two rules, should be an automatic. It's difficult to say it's too broad, it's too narrow, it's too general, it's not general enough, or stay on topic on your citizens petition, because only the individual standing here knows how what they're saying relates to what they put on that piece of paper. All of the council members have been through training to know how to say on agenda what the agenda is, but the citizens get 4 minutes, and sometimes, in some cases, appreciatively 5. But that's it, to speak with you in a public forum. So I thank you for hearing me. I ask you to please discuss this now as you have in the past to see how this
Your
is going to get
time is
fixed.
up. Thank you. Madam Secretary? We have some questions. Wait a minute, stand by, Madam Secretary. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you. So when we're talking about citizens petitions in this format, I think it's important that we definitely, we're hearing our citizens and they have the opportunity to speak. There was a question of the how. I just want to also expand on the fact that we do have business of the city to attend to. There's time constraints. There's a lot of factors that go into that, but there are other avenues, and the citizens kind of touched on some of those as far as sending in an email. We get lots of them, lots of concerns, lots of questions, sometimes lots of great ideas or thoughts of how we can possibly make things better that come through email, and we work through those threads. We work through those with different departments, and then we provide that response back to the citizens. Obviously, it's well within your rights to do a petition, ultimately, at the end of the day, should you choose so. But I just want to make sure that everyone does know that there are other avenues to get those questions asked, and until we've found an actual solution or made some sort of improvement, if there is to be one, that process is wide open, and it does seem to work for a lot of our constituents. Thank you.
Boyd.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just want to request some clarity. Is there in fact a vetting process between the city manager and the city attorney to as to what goes on these forms?
I wouldn't call it a vetting process. What they have to do is to also, there's more than just our rules here, there's state law, and they have to comply with the Open Meetings Act so that the general public has an idea of what's going to be discussed, because they need to be able to look at the agenda and know, is the council going to make a decision or discuss something that's important to me? So all we've asked is that they can comply with the Open Meetings Act so the public knows what they're talking about.
Thank you for that.
Councilmember Adams.
Thanks. Just follow up on Mr. Boyd mentioned. When citizens submit, are we giving them, I know it takes time, are we able to give them a quick explanation of why or why not something is in it, or how, or instead of just saying, no, this is how you do it?
That is correct. We tell them that the public has to understand what they're talking about. So, for example, a civics lesson is not something that the public would know what's going to be discussed. It's so broad and so vague, you have no real idea. So we just need them to be specific enough.
I guess I'm saying, do we help them shape it?
I have done that or asked them to be more specific, and they send it back, and there have been times when we've gone back and forth several times.
Okay.
Anyone else have a comment on citizen petition? Okay. Madam Secretary.
CP 23027, Patsy Bracy, Senior Citizen Rights.
Thank you. Good evening, ma'am. You have 4 minutes.
Good afternoon, Councilman and Mayor. I am withdrawing this petition for the simple reason the mayor and I had a telephone conversation, and it was settled, and there's no need to discuss it any further.
Excuse me, what was the conversation about?
Ma'am?
What was the conversation about? I talked to you a lot about a lot of things, but what was
About me
this?
being out of order.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Ms. Bracy sent me an email and called and apologized, and we squashed it. And that's what it's all about. It's about effective communication. And even with me, effective communication. I'm talking about me, Ms. Bracy, not you. It's not what you say sometimes, it's how you come across and say it. And sometimes you can hear a person say something and that's not really what they mean, and you can take offense to it. I don't get offended. Yes, ma'am. I don't get offended about things, and Ms. Bracy, she was nice enough to call me, and we had a nice conversation and very respectful, and I respect you for that.
And it says females, we tend to get our emotions in the way, and we say and do things that we regret later. And I'm so happy I had the opportunity. I'm glad you called me.
Oh, well, you sent me an email, told me to call. So, everyone that knows, let's clarify. When people send me or reach out to me, as long as you're not attacking me and just going off on me, I don't do that. I can have a professional, mature conversation with you, but attacking I won't. Thank you for that, Mrs. Bracy. Madam Secretary.
CP 23028, Michael Fornino, failure to address Fourth Amendment violation.
Thank you. Good evening. You have 4 minutes.
Earlier this year, Killeen Animal Control committed a gross violation of constitutional and civil rights. However, not one of you has investigated this or acknowledged that it happened. To be clear, any restitution matter solely between that citizen and the city. The matter in general concerns all citizens. Animal Control claimed to have a warrant to seize an animal in order to help the enlisted Killeen police. Police took it on faith that Animal Control did have a warrant. Cops were used to intimidate and make it appear legal. The citizen was wrongfully, forcefully coerced into surrendering her property because she had every reason to believe it was a legal seizure. It was based on lies. It was citizens' inquiries that discovered that at the time of the illegal seizure, the warrant was not signed, therefore was not legal nor a warrant at all. The Killeen judge signed the warrant after the fact to make it legal. Everything was based on lies, coercion, and deprivation of rights under color of law. That's a federal civil rights crime under Title 18, U.S. Code 241 and 242, which also covers conspiracy to do so. Mr. Cagle's claim that the citizen received due process is an outright lie. No investigation has happened. No one's been held accountable for a clear civil rights violation. Animal Control falls directly under the city manager and no other department. He has changed explanations more than once and continues to cover up this violation of rights. He refuses to engage with us, citing any and every excuse not to explain himself, nor those under his direct charge. Mr. Cagle's previous record has instances in Duncanville ignoring EEOC complaints that got Duncanville sued successfully by the federal government. This matter before you now continues that pattern of smug, conscious indifference. His limited responses so far conflict and don't add up. Solution: we demand a sit-down meeting with a true back and forth, presenting facts and evidence against Mr. Cagle and Animal Control to formally address this. At this meeting, I propose that Mr. Adams, with his law enforcement and investigation background, and Mr. Solomon, who is not yet seated at the time, for objectivity to be present. Will you actually fulfill your oaths and uphold the law? The continuing abuses of power and violations in this town must end now, and those responsible be held accountable. Stop ignoring this or hoping it'll just go away. It begs the question, how many other violations of law and civil rights have occurred that Killeen citizens are afraid to come forward and report? Again, Mr. Cagle has an established pattern of this sort of conduct. It is a matter of fact and record. This is civil rights. This is where does it end? Because this is where it starts. Okay? Time and time again, we ask the question, and he's on record with, oh, it was a mistake. oh, that citizen received due process. Did not. Can't be both. I mean, if I executed a warrant the wrong way, if I were a police officer, and I kicked in your door, said I got a warrant, and I don't, oh, it's just a mistake. I don't think that would fly much past this podium. I mean, this needs to be investigated. This is serious. This is the Fourth Amendment of the United States Constitution. Okay? A citizen cannot be coerced or have their property seized from them without a legal warrant. The fact that a judge signed it after the fact as another oops, no, that doesn't fly. Okay? I swore an oath to the Constitution when I enlisted in the United States Navy and then the United States Army, and I have fought and felt the sting of battle over principles of this stuff. This is nonsense. Okay? Stop hiding behind the card, Mr. Cagle. Let's have a sit down and we'll present the facts. You can make your little short answers after the fact all you want. We have the facts, we have the evidence. Let's have a sit down and have it out.
Mr. Fernino. You said we. Who is we?
This matter has been brought before the entire council before.
No,
This is
sir,
not-
you said you wanted to sit down with Adams,
Oh, yes,
Solomon,
to
and
be
Cagle.
clear, exactly as I stated, Madam Mayor. Thank
I
you for the
said,
question.
who is we? You say we want a sit down. I'm just trying to verify who we is.
Several citizens, I'm sure you will hear from them tonight.
All right, thank
but-
you for that.
But again, to clarify and to further, just to answer your question, I propose that Mr. Adams, a retired law enforcement professional whose record of conduct and investigation powers would more than suit that. He's the most qualified to do that. And for objectivity, Mr. Solomon was not yet seated, so I think that he could be the most objective on the matter, at the very minimum. I mean, if we want to have the whole council this way, it's fair, it's open, we can present evidence, ask questions, and get direct answers.
Thank
That's-
you.
Thank you.
Anyone have any comments? All right. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Cagle, I apologize.
Actually, I have several comments. No, we have answered every one of these questions in writing and sent it to the person that asked the questions and the council member. Every council member's got everything in writing. Animal Control went to get the warrant, received it from the judge, didn't realize the judge hadn't signed it. He made a mistake. He's a human. Nothing was based on lies, as Mr. Fernino says. It was a mistake. No evidence was collected that was used in a court of law. The dog was taken. And what I meant when I said they received due process, the people had every opportunity in the world to get the dog back to rectify the situation. They had their day in court. Nothing was seized illegally and used illegally in court against them. The dog was taken. Yes, a mistake was made. The judge intended to sign it, gave it to the animal control officer. 2 mistakes were made because the animal control officer didn't check it. But nobody lied. And furthermore, I would like to address Mr. Fernino continues to come up and attack my character on an incident in Duncanville. Now, we all know Mr. Fernino has said up here he never says anything without it being completely researched. But the evidence he uses, that he sent me, that he sent all of you, is from a blogger named Joey Dobbin, who's now sitting in jail for raping a child for 30 years. So clearly, Mr. Fernino has researched this and knows the source. A clearly discredited blogger in Ellis County. He doesn't know what he's talking about. When Mr. Fernino says, I did nothing about the situation, he's incorrect. So I can give you the documents about this individual, Joey Dobbin, that he continues to cite and send you emails from. And that's all I have at this point.
Any more comments? Madam Secretary?
CP 23029, Bill Paquette, discuss recent criticism of mayor, council, and staff.
Good evening, sir. You have 4 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, and Mr. Cagle. Thank you, as well said. I think it's long overdue that you've been able to defend yourself against those accusations. I believe for the longest time I believe only half of what I see and none of what I hear, and I've been listening to garbage about a lot of you folks for way too long. And I know a lot of people don't understand why I have supported the mayors and the councils over 7.5 years, because I know the job that you have, the difficulty, the sacrifices that you make. Of all the people that I've met on the council and the two mayors here, there's only two people that I've ever not really had the utmost respect for. And one of them wanted to have a recall election, and one of them still won't stop talking. You folks do a great job. I've enjoyed one-on-one meeting with each and every one of you. You're all high-value people, and I take offense when people take cheap shots at you, because attacking someone who can't fight back makes you a coward. So, there was a very good article in Sunday's paper by reporter Kevin Limony from the McLean Daily Herald that covered everyone's aspect on the behavior that is shown here at council meetings. And he hit it on the head, but a couple of people said, well, I'm just, exercising my First Amendment right, freedom of speech. That's fine. I'm all for that. I'm exercising it right now. I've exercised it writing letters to the editor. It's a great thing. I want to hear from people, but I want people who are rational, not have a chip on their shoulder, have their own agenda, feel better about themselves by berating each and every one of you because they don't agree with you. Tell you, well, you don't listen. Well, I understand where they come up with that, because the one gentleman said a while back, we tell you what to do, but you don't do it. I don't know who the we is. We don't tell you anything. We elected you, put you up there to make those decisions. And we have the opportunity to get up here, give you our 2 cents worth, but in the end, you make the decision. And I trust each and every one of you to make a good decision. And if I don't agree with you, I don't agree with you. There's no reason for me to get bitter and, start berating you. We just disagree. I've said this to you, Mrs. Gonzalez. Nothing that you do up here is going to personally affect me. It affects the city overall, but I don't take it personally. And there's no reason for anybody to get irate. And there's no reason for someone to come up here every single week, 3 and 4 times, just to hear themselves talk. That's taking time away from everybody that we're never going to get back. And so, anyway, I said I support you people. And I know you don't need it. All of you are thick-skinned. Like I said, you're high-quality people. You consider the source of the criticism, and you move on. And that's why I do respect each and every one of you. So thank you again.
Councilmember Segar.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank everybody that spoke. And, as council members, we always got to hear both sides, the negative and the positive. But most of the time, I'm only up here during this council meeting. A lot of people think, we have offices and we run the departments. And that's all right, but the staff, and I just want to commend our city manager, because that's one of the toughest positions in the city. It's a lot tougher than me as a council member and even as mayor, and I can speak because I know that personally. And hiring somebody that knows to do a good job, it's a battle. And so I just want to commend, that position and our current city manager for doing that, because, resiliency, I think it's one of the, and I mentioned in that article, it's a test. And so when people come up here and speak and they beat up on us, that's all right. It's building up our resiliency. I'm a business owner. I get chewed up. I got spit at. I get kicked at. People hate salespeople, so I'm used to doing that. Yeah, but staff, they represent who the city is, and we look for them to make sure that everything is run. And so I think that as a council member, I'm very supportive of our city manager and all the leadership and all the staff that do a great thing, because when they see things like that, in my mind, do they question their role? And sometimes people ask, why so many people turn over? And there it is. I mean, it's not just up to us that come up here once a week. It's for all of us as citizens, whether we speak good or bad. Keep that in mind. You're filling a role. And so when we want to attract businesses, that's what they're looking at. So I just want to make mention of that, and kudos to our city manager. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and our speakers who have spoken tonight. I tell you, we work with a good city staff and good department heads. And the people that you see up here, we serve hard because we love our city and we love our community. And you can't take it away. What you see is what you get. And we've been working hard. So sometimes the comments are not needed or wanted, but we take them. We take them because everyone has an opinion. But if you follow any one of these people up here, especially our mayor, you'll see how hard we work. 24 hours in a day. I can't say 7 to 11. That's my work schedule. But some of us hold full-time jobs, and we continue to work because we love our city. We're not going to let you down. Even when you think we don't hear you, we hear you. But if there's nothing there, there is nothing that we can do about it, because we have to work on facts. So that's it.
Councilmember Solomon.
I'll get it together. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I concur with Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Segar. I want to say I have had a chance since I've been on City Council, and it's only been a few short months, to go around to the entire city staff to see every department. I believe I went to every department. I may have missed a few of them, but those that I missed, I'm coming. And what I get overall is that city staff has a passion for what they do. They have a love for what they do. And, we're, all I can see from department to department, fire department, police department, parks and recreations, all of the departments, they just have that passion. We have some good leaders, good department heads, and it's all because we have a good city council, city manager. And I want to say I've had a chance to interact with him just about every other week, and I really appreciate his attitude towards this city. He loves this city, and he makes it so easy. He creates the environment for us to work in, the city council to work in, and I really appreciate that, and I appreciate the staff that works under him, all the department heads, and I'm glad I have the opportunity to say this because it's so important that we don't give enough praise to our city staff and the city manager. They work, they get paid, but they have a passion to care for this city, and it so shows in what they do. And I want to just say thank you, Mr. Cagle.
Thank you. I thank council for your comments, and council, I thank you. I thank you for showing up every Tuesday, putting your best foot forward, and doing the right thing for all of the citizens of Killeen. And I thank staff for everything you do. I know we burn you out with a lot of emails, especially our first responders and Mr. Cagle office, CC, which is the backbone of the city manager's office. She takes all of our emails and concerns and take them to Mr. Cagle, and also all of the executive secretaries and everyone. So we truly appreciate everything. But I don't want the council to forget that no matter what comes across that podium at us, at the end of the day, You are elected by the people to represent the people, and that's our job. Citizen comments. Mrs. Cook. Good evening. You have 4 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. The topic I want to talk about is the one for CP 23029. Okay, first of all, when I read the article, I just want to address, you don't speak for me to whoever. If the shoe fits, wear it, but you don't speak for me. Now, I would like to address to the mayor. The mayor, I can acknowledge that the best thing you've done as a female and as a black female, be our first mayor in the city of Killeen. That is an acknowledgement. That is an honor to be the first black female mayor of the city of Killeen. That we can be proud of. You understand what I'm saying? You're looking at me like, it's not negative, it's positive. You understand? So, as I'm going through this, we keep talking about respect, okay? I listen to the council meetings on live stream because I get off of work late. Today I got off early. I get off of work late. But I can tell you right now what me and my husband hear on the live streams, and there's a lot of people listening on live stream. You do have negativity. You do get offended by what people come and speak up here. Now, you talk a lot about transparency. Where is it? When you say transparency, transparency, transparency in every meeting, after a while, it just gets redundant. You want to talk about transparency? Show it. You want to talk about leadership? Show it. Now, I've spoken to some of the council members here. The only one I can give credit to that came to my house and heard my concerns was Mr. Segarra. Now, I don't agree with everything he says or does, but he came to the house and he heard our concerns. Came to our house. Now, I've addressed my district council, and I never heard anything back. Just yes, I got you. I got your message. That's it. Now, we talk about a young lady that comes and speaks every time here, okay? The thing is that when this lady speaks, she speaks about numbers, she speaks of interest because she cares about the city of Killeen. She cares about what she says. She does her research, she does her homework. Not like some of us that we just come and speak. She works hard too. And she was booted out because, oh, well, she's keeping us late. Well, you guys stay late anyway. In reference to what I've seen in the live streams, you stay late anyway. It's all the hatred against her. And I see it as a citizen, as a resident, and my husband sees it. And probably other people see it. Now, as Mr. Forino, yes, Mr. Forino, he is aggressive, and I've spoken to him too about it, but I'm not gonna change him. That's who he is. But he's also concerned about the city and the citizens. You know, you don't agree with him, you don't agree with what he says, you know, but you state, we want the citizens to participate. We want participation. People are listening to you on the live stream. People are listening. Rumors are going on. How do you expect people to come to the meetings if when you stand up here and you talk, yeah, I'm listening to you, but I'm not really. I'm going to approve whatever I want to approve, whether you disagree or agree or whether you bring us an idea or not. So what's the point of people coming up here to speak? You preach, preach, preach. We want to hear the citizens. We want to hear the citizens. But when they come up here, it's negative. Like somebody said, you're either on your phone, you're talking to each other when somebody's speaking up here.
Ma'am, your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Boyd.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It is true that we don't speak for our residents, but we do speak on their behalf. And we as council members advocate on the behalf of our citizens. The negativity and incivility, I don't necessarily see that. I see us working to be as respectful and complimentary as we can on this dais during these meetings, speaking to our citizens. And I definitely practice that when I'm with my citizens in person. Coming just to speak, I just want to speak on that. A lot of folks don't know, we get these large packets that discuss these entire items. And I go through every page to prepare for these meetings. I don't come here just to speak. And I don't think some of our other council members come to do that either. We are elected officials. This is serious business we're dealing with. I also want to make this statement. If it appears to anyone, Madam Mayor, can I request one more minute?
Council, can you have one more minute? Yes,
Thank you.
sir.
Thank you. If it appears that we are not taking the time or focused on what's at hand, I just want to make it clear that as council members, we hear and are aware of just about everything. May not look like it, fully aware, okay? We get the emails, we see what's coming in, and we have a lot of times more information that the public may have to make a decision on. So if it seems like you're not being listened to or voting a certain way, we have the big picture here. And sometimes we don't have to communicate that all the time. But we do appreciate you trusting us to be here to do what we have to do, and we'll continue to be that counsel for you. Thank you.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you. I won't belabor the point. I just wanted to also add thank you to the citizens out there, whether you agree or disagree, because a lot of times what happens is there are some citizens that will call and they'll email and they'll ask the question, why did you vote the way you voted? Or they'll stop me in the hallway and say, whoa, I had a question. I don't understand. Why did you do that? Or somebody says there's something that came up in the council. It didn't make sense. What do we do? What does that mean? What is ETJ? How do you explain that? And so I take pride in the fact that I cannot be everywhere all the time and everything to all the people. However, we have the resources. We've got a great staff that is uber responsive. Thank you to the police department and Public Works, who is constantly responding to my citizens when they have a need. If they call me and they say we need something, I'm on the phone, and PD was out there in a matter of a day to resolve my citizens' issue. While it was not a long-term solution, they found a short-term solution. Public Works, we had a major situation happen. He resolved it in a day. So I just want to say thank you. But it does take us taking ownership and reaching out to ask the
Yes,
questions.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa Brown, you have 4 minutes.
I'm going to tell you now, I'm probably going to ask for the extra one. I just wanted to let you know that I'm not being impatient, I'm being rushed. So, K-Tempo grants, I'm in full support of approving grants of any kind that will allow us to make our sidewalks ADA accessible, complete, and make walking safer for our citizens and our visitors. Under HUD, it's a comprehensive strategy for 10 years. The Comp Plan 2040 wasn't even off the presses before it was veered away from, with the excuse being that it's a living document. Will this plan be adhered to? Why would this be reserved to North Killeen? There are pockets of 90 to 95th percentile lowest income in South Killeen and larger portions of North Killeen that are not in poverty at all. How will the tax exemption program work, and how do we prevent home loss from fees? What happens if a building could be demolished or fixed? How do we go about deciding if it's demolished or renovated? Don't worry, I'll leave these questions up here for staff. How do we make it successful when our last rehab grants weren't used? Also, we're reaching out to the Cove House, Homeless Shelter, and Centex ARC to get money for them for permanent housing, and that is not their area of expertise. How long has the city been making plans to invest in affordable housing outside of KJ? When it comes to ARPA, several approved appropriations show $0 spent, but the total remaining balance is negative $162,273. There's $350,000 to create a plan, $250,000 for an assessment, and $17,000 to start a fund. So the $617,000 goes to whom, comes from whom. And then $1 million to demolish buildings, $100,000 for salaries to administer the grants. So we're talking about 17% of all of the grant money is going to non-housing related payments. I'm sorry, that was supposed to be with the HUD stuff. I'd like to talk about the ARPA stuff for a second. What happened to the $200,000 that we were supposed to spend on Meals on Wheels, the $750,000 for gap sidewalks, the $263,000 for pump and lift stations, $250,000 for speed mitigation, $100,000 for trail upgrades, which was supposed to upgrade 4 trails. Zero has been spent on all of that. $126,680 in lighting upgrades have been canceled. If I do the math very quickly based on what has been spent, what's left, what hasn't been done, there's a disparity of $353,806.95 unaccounted for in the requested appropriations. If you're going to go through and reappropriate and make sure that the ARPA grants are fully appropriated, then all of it should be included. I understand that a lot of that 353 is already included in other projects that haven't been completed, haven't expended all of their allotted and allocated amounts, but there is still money that is not accounted for in the appropriations. There's also still $2 million that's left set aside for a shelter for a program that will not happen in Colleen. According to the Commissioner's Court yesterday, I attended their workshop. I heard it firsthand. Temple has literally said, we do not want Colleen to have any input into Arbor of Hope. We need to come up with something different. The city is not prepared to run a shelter.
Your time is up.
May I get the one more minute, please?
Counsel? No, 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 no. You have 4 no's.
Okay, great. So if people
Mr.
can come up
Michael
and attack me
Bueno.
without me being able to defend myself,
Mr.
including the mayor.
Ma'am,
No, it's
ma'am,
okay.
your
Discuss a
time-
complaint against
Counsel,
an
we're
elected
taking a
official is
5-minute break
very
until,
vague.
Ms.
And by the way,
Brown stop
intimidation is
interrupting.
putting 2 officers on either side of the dais during citizen comments. That's what intimidation is. So go ahead and take your break, and let me tell you that there's a lot of opinions and
Councilmember Alvarez? Council, it's important to me that we do everything in decent and order. Every individual has a right to 4 minutes. Like me, don't like me, agree or disagree. Like me, don't like me, or disagree. I am the mayor in charge of this meeting. If we're going to respect you, that's all we heard. We've been attacked all night. And this attacks, I want the residents at home to know this too. The closer we get to May 2024 election, the attack's going to get worse. And so it is going to be an attack against this council. So I know that you don't understand why I took a break, but when your 4 minutes is up, your 4 minutes is up. If the council can respect you, be quiet and listen to you in return, when I hit this gavel and say your time is up, screaming, yelling, trying to berate me or any other council member, it's unprofessional. And I will not deal with it, period. So we're going to get back to citizen comments. And the next person up is Mr. Michael Fornino. You have 4 minutes.
On this civility issue, a letter to the editor from a Killeen resident drew a lot of attention last week, most of it positive. That's wrong. Anybody who paid attention to online comments on the paper, Facebook, whatever else, I don't really use social media, but I saw plenty of the comments. Okay, that was not the case. Okay, that story on us being civil and being respectful and all that, that story was so important that it disappeared off the front page within 8 hours. Go to the Killeen Daily Herald, click on there was so much negative backlash when it came to that article. Okay. On the subject of respect and attacks, okay, how many of your houses have been swatted? Twice. How many people have come at me physically off the dais? See where this is going? This hyperbole of being attacked and all that, we're frothing it up. Okay? When Mr. Cagle tries to hit back on my credibility, okay? Yeah, if that person did what you said he did, which is a horrible thing, I think it bears repeating. If he's in prison for it for the rest of his life, that's a good thing. But I'm ugly, I'm not stupid. You still didn't address the fact that everything that I said that he was blogging about wasn't true. Okay? I could get Mrs. Carlson on the phone, Deborah Carlson, and we can hash that out. But when it comes to civility, if I raise my voice, okay, how many people have had their spouses come into this chamber trying to intimidate them? I've had that experience. When I engaged another councilman at an outdoor town hall meeting, and I brought up an issue and he didn't like what I had to say, he elevated and went instantly to foul language, cursing, insults, et cetera, et cetera. Okay? Started out that, didn't escalate, started out at that, as witnessed by a county commissioner. Okay? There was no gavel, and we went right to that. So we want to talk about respect. Respect is earned. I'm not the first person that's going to bring this up tonight, but it has been brought up that when a lot of us are up here talking, speaking, presenting an issue, I only wish, I've asked about it, if we could have a split screen so the folks at home could see exactly the conduct of everybody up here. That way it's an even, I mean, that's an even and fair thing. I have asked about that. And we can see people on their phones, looking down, dozing off, et cetera, et cetera. Right? That's fair. Okay? First Amendment gives us all the right to criticize. Okay? We can ask questions. Okay? I'll ask one now. As the mayor did not depart on this trip to Washington, D.C., as I understand it, if I'm wrong, please correct me, that her portion of the trip, or at least a portion of her portion of the trip, is not reimbursable. Are we going to get that money back?
Mr. Fornino, since you addressed me nicely, I will answer that. The money that they gave me, it's already been paid the same day.
Thank you very much. That's
Thank
you see, this
I
is
can appreciate that.
Okay, this is the sort of thing, a true back and forth. And with only about 30 seconds left, this is the disadvantage that we have with the town hall meeting and the conflict of some of the Texas Open Meetings Act, where it conflicts directly with the First Amendment. Okay, we would like to have a true back and forth. You know, ask a question as I just did to you, get an immediate answer and a follow-up. That's how things get done. That's all that many of us are asking for. Okay? So when it comes to that, am I angry? Am I a bully? No, this is the bully pushing, this is me pushing back against the bully. And I'm not naming anybody in particular, but I'm talking about the entity itself. That's the pushback. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And what Mr. Fornino was talking about, I did not go to the AUSA conference, as you all know. You read in the paper in reference to what was going on with the Clean Housing Authority, and there were some things that Mr. Cagle and I, along with the board, was privileged to, and also with HUD, the State Department, and I stayed around to assist as needed. And so they give us our little stipend. It's kind of like for meals, or if you have to pay for your Uber, you have to bring your receipts back too. So I didn't go, so I returned it all in full. She gave me the amount. The next day, I brought the amount to her. And also Councilwoman Gonzalez, she did not go, and she returned her money back to the city. And if you want to see it, as always, you can request release of information from the city on our records. Mr. Cagle?
If you don't mind, Mr. Fernino can't stop. So smearing my name. He sent a false article to this entire council from a person that's in jail. But let me read about this person. 2 years ago, Joey Dobbin was a full-time, small-town muckraker publishing the Ellis County Observer and a string of other small papers, blending investigative stories with vicious gossip, baseless speculation, at a rate of speed that thrilled and enraged his target audience. I can go on. But I said it the last time. The claims Mr. Fernino's making against me is false. I don't care who he gets on the phone saying that I did nothing or did nothing about this is false. So I hope you can understand that now. Thank you.
And I don't even know if what Ms. Fernino recommended, which is a great idea, and that's up to the council, about a split screen to see what we're doing. But some of the things that, I don't see anything with it, but it's up to the council if that's something they want to consider. All right, next, Ms. Anka. Good evening, you have 4 minutes.
Regarding citizen petitions, more than a year ago, I requested a citizen petition to discuss the newly created Crime Solutions Committee. Unfortunately, the city manager denied my request. The reason for denial, I live outside of the city limits. Council members, crime does not stop at city limits. I ask that you consider allowing anyone living in the greater Killeen area to file citizen petitions. Regarding the Fourth Amendment violation, I was asked by a council member to present evidence at City Council. I do have a lot. I won't be able to go over all of it. Based on the evidence I obtained and on my meetings with the police department, it is my belief that Killeen police officers were lied to. Their trust and good faith was taken advantage of in order to get their assistance in confiscating private property with an illegal warrant. As a result, private property was confiscated and destroyed under the color of law and in violation of Fourth Amendment. On January 9th, 2023, Killeen Animal Control asked Police Department for assistance in serving a seizure warrant. Based on the information given by Animal Control, 2 police officers were dispatched to the residence in question. Here are statements from different departments regarding what happened. City Attorney stated, animal was voluntarily surrendered without a warrant being served. After the dog was released to Animal Control officer noticed that the warrant was not signed by the judge. Animal Control later that day obtained a warrant signed by the judge, but the animal had already been surrendered voluntarily to Animal Control. Animal Control records state, I, Officer Ward, executed a warrant for a dangerous dog. Police records say Animal Control is going to execute a warrant. At the end of the police record, it says, stood by and kept peace while Animal Control took custody of dog per their warrant. Lieutenant Sosones with Killeen Police Department stated to me that police officers would have no authority to be at that residence without the judge's signature. We know now for a fact that the officers were at the residence without the judge's signature. Chief Lopez told me that when police are called for assistance by another agency, the officers act in good faith. They acted based on the information given by Animal Control that there was a valid warrant. That information was false. When I mentioned at City Council that police were lied to, in response, the city manager said, nobody lied, they just made a mistake. Is forgetting the judge's signature just a mistake? Is giving false information to the police just a mistake? Is having two owner names on the warrant just a mistake? Is having two different addresses on the warrant just a mistake? There are many other mistakes made. I do not have time for all of them. Police officers were lied to, and I suspect the judge was lied to also. Police officers were lied to, and their good faith was taken advantage of in order to get their assistance in confiscating property under the color of law and in violation of the Fourth Amendment. Council members, you have a choice. One option is for you to do nothing. That would imply that you are okay with lying to police. Second option is to take appropriate action. A person who is willing to cover up lying to police will lie to anyone, including to you, council members. For that reason, and in addition to documented disregard of state and federal laws on several occasions, which I do not have the time to go over, I would like to meet with you and potentially the police officers who served the warrant that apparently it existed, but it didn't. It's very confusing. I would like to call for a meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Attorney Clemens, I have several questions about this. I guess I don't. What was all said tonight about the warrant, no warrant, signature, no signature, the council as a whole, do we have any, what can we do or not do? I know the case is closed, so where do we go from here? I know they have concerns, and they want to meet with some of the council members, which they have that right to. So are we in violation? Did something happen that we didn't? I know Mr. Cagle did send us the information, but it's coming across as if a law of civil rights was, the law on civil rights was broken. There's just a lot of things coming up. So where do we stand with that, the council, from what you heard? Was any law broken? I'm assuming you're talking about Dog Bruce? I'm assuming it's Bruce.
I believe this is about Bruce.
Okay.
From the information that's been given about this situation.
So on the agenda, the Fourth Amendment, that's what it fell under. Can you elaborate if we break a law or not with the Fourth Amendment?
A warrant that was not signed was brought to a person's house to seize an animal. The person, as has been stated by Mr. Cagle and also by Ms. Nyagu, the warrant was not signed. At that point, though, before the warrant was served, the owner surrendered the animal. The person did believe, though, that the warrant was signed. It wasn't signed at that time. And so the judge believed that it was signed. The animal control officer believed it was signed. It was not signed at that time. And so the animal was voluntarily surrendered. The warrant was not executed. However, a voluntary copy of the unsigned warrant was provided. What we're saying, the court case itself and the reason due process was followed is because the owner was given notice to go to court. They did go to court. There was a whole process in the court system where they were able to go through that. It was fully adversarial court process. There were witnesses on both sides. The judge made a finding. The owners of the animal were given an opportunity to appeal. They went through the whole process. So due process was followed in that context, that they had every opportunity to go through that. Normally, the remedy for a violation of Fourth Amendment, if there was one, would be to exclude the evidence in a criminal case. And that is not the case here. There's no evidence in a criminal case that needed to be excluded. That's not what this is. This was a dangerous animal hearing where an animal was considered dangerous, found to be dangerous by a court. So in this case, the council could not do anything to change what happened at the court, but if you wanted to discuss with citizens, with anybody, you can discuss that. It's been discussed and the information has been provided.
Yes, ma'am. So I guess my question I'm asking, that was some great update, is that the unsigned warrant had nothing to do with the due process of the court. Or if the dog was not taken voluntarily, the person gave it to them. Was the warrant presented to them and then they gave them the dog, or they just gave them the dog, the police, without the warrant?
The warrant a copy of the unsigned warrant was given then to them after the animal was voluntarily
Okay.
surrendered.
Okay. All right, Mr. K.
Mayor, we just need, I'm going to continue to defend our employees about this thing of lying, because the animal control officer believed he had a warrant. The judge thought he signed it. Judges sign a lot of papers. It was missed. So I'm not saying that it was perfect by any means, but nobody was lying.
Right,
I think
and
we
the
need to make
city
sure that's
attorney stated that
understood.
they thought it was signed. Okay. Thank you both. Mrs. Holly Teal. Good evening, ma'am. You have 4 minutes.
Wow, it's been a long time since I've seen you guys.
It has been.
Hi. Wow, sitting back here, I swear I thought I was in a kindergarten classroom. I've heard so many things that I just can't believe. This is my city of Killeen, Texas. But what really gets to me the most is I've seen 2 citizens directly use KDH News to attack other citizens. Miss Mayor, you've seen firsthand that my name was called out. You were blackmailed, basically, from the letter, because I got a copy of the letter. I've seen citizens attacking each other tonight, mainly over who is right and who is wrong. But what I failed to realize before, I ever entered this room was how many times people come up here and talk about their rights. My rights have been offended. No, my rights have been offended. But yet nobody stops and thinks to themselves, how do I offend other people's rights? Most people know, I'm not a Christian. I go to Senior Citizens Advisory Board once a month. I've been forced to pray Christian prayers. I do it. Do I like it? No. Because if I say goddess or God, I'm looked down upon. But you know what? I hold my head high. Because I know the goddesses, they love me. They walk with me. I have been called out in a newspaper by Ms. Bracy, all because I did a speech alongside our mayor for the groundbreaking of the senior center, which I was proud to do. Very well-written speech by our lovely Parks and Rec staff. I mean, it was very nice. And I was proud to say it. But all that was taken away in a matter of a minute because citizens get jealous. Citizens forget that other citizens have rights. But at the same time, sometimes our city council members forget that we as citizens, we have rights too. We have the rights to our religious beliefs. We have the rights to our political views. We have the rights to our feelings. We also have the right to be heard. And when I sit as the chairwoman of the Parks and Rec Board, my first thing is to listen to every member there. Sometimes I even let them go off topic. I know I'm not supposed to, but because I feel it's important to hear what they have to say. I want to encourage people to come to our boards. But the problem is people do feel like they're not being heard. And it's disappointing because I feel like I'm not heard. I don't come to these meetings anymore. I used to be a fixture in here. I don't come because I have to worry about people putting me in the newspaper or blasting me or spreading rumors about me instead of allowing me my minute to speak, to be heard. That's not fair. For those that don't know, I was a child runaway. I ran away. Unbound was here. I was so excited to hear what Unbound had to say. But you know what? Sadly, it got basically forgotten because of all of this. Something that really needed to be spoke about. As a teenage runaway that hitchhiked from one end of this country to the other end of this country, that seen things no 13-year-old child should have ever seen or forced to do things, to me, Unbound was something very important. But it was drowned out. All because people want to bicker in KDH News. Because people want to sit there and claim that they're better than the other person. but yet nobody stopped to think
Ma'am,
about the people that were in
your
here.
time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Miss Suzanne Armour? Good evening, ma'am. You have 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Good to see you again.
It's good to see you. I also have William Hall, our other
You
executive
can
director.
speak. You can come up too, sir.
And our board secretary, Dr. Larry Menke, is here as well.
How you doing, sir? You can come up if you would like.
We're here to discuss discussion item 23-100. We're here to ask the council's support for the city manager's recommendation for the city of Killeen to utilize American Rescue Plan funding to help the Friends in Crisis Homeless Shelter Program remain open. Our intent is that we'll continue to provide services as the city works to implement their homelessness and mental health strategic plan. In July, we were informed we wouldn't be receiving funds from the Temporary Emergency Relief Fund from the county, which we had planned to use to operate the Friends in Crisis Homeless Shelter Program. When we found out we were losing the funds, it was too late in their budget cycle to ask for more money, and it was too late in the cycle to apply for the American Rescue Plan's funds through the city. We intend to request funding from the county when their funding cycle reopens, and will continue to apply to federal, state, and local sources for any funding that becomes available for the purpose of assisting the unhoused population. We've been in dialogue with city staff regarding the situation, and we appreciate their demonstrated willingness to look for a solution to address this potential gap in service. We serve anywhere from 50 to 80 people on any given night at the Friends in Crisis Homeless Shelter. We have 11 employees who work there. It's not a small operation. Families in Crisis is a stable, diversely funded organization. We'd like to stress that Families in Crisis Homeless Shelter is just one of many programs we operate under our nonprofit corporation. We receive a considerable amount of funding from federal and state sources, but those funds can only be spent on the services and programs for which they're allocated. For example, you may have heard that we recently received $1 million from the Department of Housing and Urban Development. That funding is specifically for domestic violence housing. We can't use it for any other purpose. We've been around here a long time. We were founded 43 years ago. We do a lot of meaningful work in this community. Last year, we provided housing assistance to 1,503 households for a total of 3,517 people through all our various housing programs. Out of the $2.5 million we spent on rental assistance and deposits last year, $1.8 million was in rental assistance for low-income veterans and their families. We've been running that program for over 11 years. So the impact on our unhoused and at-risk vet population is substantial. A lot of the vets we serve through that program do so as a transition from the homeless shelter into being housed. We'd also like to mention that we have an outstanding relationship with KPD's homeless outreach team. They find people on the street who want to help, and we pay the security deposit to get them housed. Last year, we provided shelter to 786 people at the Friends in Crisis facility. If we were to close the shelter, it would have a major impact on the people we serve as well as the community, as it would result in more people on the streets in addition to the unhoused folks in our community who already choose not to seek shelter. We know you had numerous questions and concern when the topic of potential closure came up. We've provided the city with our audit, and we are available anytime to answer any of your questions you may have as you make your decision. We're also readily available to take you on a tour of our facility if you haven't done so, and we thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. I'd like to thank you all for inviting me and Mr. Cagle to come out. I know Councilwoman Gonzalez received the invitation also to go, and also explaining to us in detail about the program, the funding, and what happened. We truly appreciate that. Do anyone else, would you like to say something, sir? No, you, sir? Okay. Councilmember Sagara.
All right, thank you, Mayor. And I just want to say thank you for coming up. And I know that, you know, when all this came up, you guys probably didn't have enough time, or we as council didn't have enough time to put you on the agenda, because I know as council members, we got bombarded too with all the questions. And usually my response was always, well, we haven't heard from you guys yet. And, you know, I've been here a long time, and I was here as part of when the city agreed to support you guys when we initiated that funding to do that center. And so I can be a testament to say, yeah, that's something that the city did agree to do and to fund it. And I don't know if you made mention of this, but in order to keep your center open, how much money are we looking at?
It's in your agenda on item 31. It's $347,000.
304?
347.
347. Okay. And if the city does provide that funding, because this is ARPA money, I think it's, that we're looking at.
Yes.
Correct.
And ARPA money is only given
Sir,
once.
your time is up. Would you like to request an extra?
Yes, please.
Council, yes.
Or I say no. But
No, we
the
didn't get a
point
no,
is,
that's yes.
the
Yeah.
point is, we only get ARPA money once, and I know several years ago, we went through this again, but my point is, we don't want, you know, we want to try to help you out as much as we can, but we don't want to have to do this every year, because next year we don't have ARPA money. And so, do you have a plan to try to?
We do. We are looking at other funding. This caught us off guard. We are also working to talk to the county in reference to next year's turf funding, and we're also doing other federal and state funding as well.
Okay, yeah, and that's my only concern, is we don't want to keep doing this. We got to figure out a different way, because when you talk turds, I know every time somebody comes up here, turds money. You know, we heard the grocery store earlier, turds money, roads, turds money. I don't think we have enough turds money to go around, so we got to figure out a different way to fund this. And you guys know better, but from my perspective, always figuring out ways to fundraise, because I think that, you know, there's much publicity, and I can tell you as council members, as much positive that people support you guys. And there's got to be a way that all these people that do not want this center closed can come and contribute to you. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome, sir. Councilmember Gonzalez?
Thank you. I just have a question, and is this the second time that this has happened where the shelter has run into an issue of either loss of funding or risk of closing or actual closure?
We actually closed in 2014 for 46 days.
2019.
I'm at 19, I'm sorry. Because we lost of all of our ESG funding, and we fundraised for the 100 and something thousand we needed to get us back going, to get to the next funding cycle, and reopened them pretty quickly.
And we did receive the funds the next time out.
And so when it comes to a situation where you're at risk of losing funds, because there's a lot of conversation about nonprofits and how they manage this process, what time frame? Because my constituents were sounding the alarm. I'd received lots of phone calls, but I had not heard from anyone. I inquired with our leadership here, and I hadn't heard anything at that point. So as far as I was concerned, it was just a rumor, you know, that something was going on. But at what point do you all realize when you're managing, and this is just for educational purposes, please, at what point did you know that you lost the funding, or that you're at risk of not receiving the funding that was going to put you in this position to possibly put this organization at risk of closing?
We noticed that we lost the funding when we got a phone call from the county in July. And at that point, we started notifying our board and working with city and the county on trying to find other ways to fund this problem. So it's been a very short window, and all the budget cycles have closed. Because that was the budget cycle we were on. We went that way because we were getting 300,000, 200,000 every year for the last 4 or 5 years. To go from there to zero was not expected.
Of the 347,000 that we're, or I think it's 347,000 that they're asking for, what percentage of that is going to salaries? Is it broken out there on the? It is not. So that would be a question that I have. I'd like to know what's going to actual salaries versus, I'd like to ask for an additional minute, please. I'd like to know exactly what percentage of that is going to salaries, and then also a conversion rate of the transition of the homeless out of homelessness, and the recidivism rate. I didn't see that either. I'd like to get information on that if you all have that as well. So a conversion rate on the transition out of homelessness and recidivism rate. I appreciate all that you do. We do care about our citizens, and I just want to make sure that we're being good stewards of our citizens' funds and money, and if we're going to donate, we want to make sure that the money is being allocated and managed appropriately now and in the future, to former Councilmember Segarra's point. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Boyd.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I do want to also express thanks for what you guys do in our community for the past few decades. Truth is, you are the core, focusing on homelessness at a larger scale, as a larger scale nonprofit. But my concern is how you guys may be able to sustain over the years. There's kind of been a suggestion of that. What really is the concrete plan? It was mentioned that we won't be able to likely give, this amount next year, but we'll still have homeless, right? So what kind of clarity can we get for the city looking to put $350,000 into this nonprofit for 1 year?
Was that a question for us?
No, it's a question for the guests here.
I'm sorry, that was for you. What was the question, Councilman Boyd?
Sure.
Yeah, can you repeat the question?
Sure. The city's going to consider, the city council allocating $350,000 towards the shelter. I have a concern about how the shelter can sustain itself over the next decade, if you will. And I'm not in favor of the situation coming back next year where it's not likely that we'll have funds to allocate again for Friends in Crisis. So the question is, what plans are in place to sustain the operations, not having to rely on the city of Killeen?
We're going to still be going after federal, state, and charitable contributions like we have been for the last 8 years. We had a hiccup for 40-something days in 19. We have run it the whole time, besides that 40-something days until this major cut. But we can't guarantee what funding we have or don't have next year. We put a grant in, just like the city puts the grants in, everybody else. And sometimes those grants get cut.
Sure.
But we're not just sitting here doing nothing to try. We're going to try in everything we can.
Sure, and I'm not suggesting that. I was just expressing a concern. Sure.
We do work. We are working it. We work it for all our programs because we got multiple programs and we got to make sure they all can run.
I understand. The second and last question I have, Madam Mayor, is what is the mission of Friends in Crisis? I know I haven't made a tour to the facility yet, but generally, is it to get people moved out of homelessness? Is it just to give them a place to stay until, what is the mission?
Sir, your time up, but you want an extra minute?
I just want to respond. That's it.
Yes, sir.
The mission there, while it doesn't have its own official mission statement because it is part of Families in Crisis, which our mission is to house, support, and empower people experiencing family violence, sexual violence, and homelessness. And so what we do at Friends in Crisis is we do house, support, and empower them. We provide that immediate short-term care to get them off the street, get them a meal, have them a place to do their laundry. And then we work with them with a case manager. What do they need? Do they need to get their documents replaced so they can be housed? We'll help them with that. Do they need assistance applying for benefits? We'll help them with that. So the whole goal is to strengthen them as they move from the shelter, ideally into one of our housing programs. Now, of course, there's not enough money to house everyone, but a lot of them resolve on their own. So it's just, if they need if they're home, it's to keep their homeless periods brief and non-recurring. Don't keep them in the get them out of the shelter as quickly as possible, but have them be stabilized to the point where they can sustain themselves on their own.
Gotcha. Thank you for the educational.
May I say just a little bit?
Yes, sir.
In July, we put 49 homeless individuals from 31 different households into housing. And Suzanne was sharing with you what we do, but we help individuals if they need jobs. We try to help them secure those jobs so that they have some kind of income when they go into housing and can sustain themselves. We also work with mental health, work with drug and alcohol abuse, work with the Veterans Administration to help give those kinds of assistance that is needed in order to go ahead and move forward. Then our case managers not only help them into housing, but they follow up month after month to make sure that they are being successful in their housing. So we're empowering them means that we help them start their life anew.
Thank you for that. That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Yes, sir. Councilmember Adams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I thank you for doing the tour again. I remember when you guys were established, I was on the CDAC for a number of years when you requested funds. When CDAC money dropped significantly, it was a hard decision for you not to get funds for the family. It wasn't the CDAC's final decision, it was the council's. But you guys got a major load, and a lot of people think that the unhoused situation is it's a myriad. And I think going forward, with all the smart people in this room and in other places, we'll have a plan that'll address. And I know nationally, funding for homelessness or unbound plans has dropped significantly. So it's not just here, it's across the country. And I've been in a couple of conferences where that has been a problem. It's almost like, oh, somebody else got it, and everybody pointing at everyone else, but nobody ever has it fixed. Thanks again.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Good evening. I enjoyed my tour last week because I had never been there before. And I wondered, you hear so many things. I think that's what happens to a lot of us in society. We hear so much and we begin to believe in what we hear before we go in and we look it out, check it out. I went and I saw and I went on the tour. I was surprised at some of the things that I saw, but I was happy because what it tells me is that whether, no one's perfect. I am 3 paychecks from being homeless myself. That's what the statistics say every day, that we are 3 paychecks from being homeless. Where would I go was the first thought I thought. What would I do and where would I seek help? Those are 3 questions that I normally don't ask myself because I figure I'm all good. I've gone to school, got nursing license, I can take care of myself and, have a husband and all this stuff is going to come together. But where would we go?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Am I up already?
Do you want an extra minute?
I need another minute.
You're on a roll for a minute.
I'm on a
give you
roll.
another minute.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
I need another minute. Okay, what happens if you don't get money? What happens? Because when we have a heart to give and a heart to work, and we're working real hard, where are we going?
We have utilized reserve funds to try to get us to the point where we can go ahead and move forward. But currently, the board has reviewed everything over the last several meetings, and it looks like February 1 of next year would be when we would have to close.
So the reserve funds will go out.
Yes, ma'am.
So you got something to get you for the maybe next couple of months, but you need us to move fast because you need some money to keep the doors open.
Yes.
Okay, that's the way I want you to talk to me. Tell me what you want. So now I know what's going on. And sometimes we can give the impression I'm just broke, I can't open the door, I can't feed nobody, we don't have sheets to clean. but you have a little something until we can figure this out. And do you have someone extra to help you? Sometimes it takes some more people to come in and look and say, hey, I see something right here. Are you willing to let someone come in and say, hey, let me help you?
They're asking us for help.
You're only asking the city because of Arthur funds, but is there someone else that can come and sit with you and maybe help you? Maybe you missed something. And the way that you're analyzing
Yes,
that
ma'am,
clock, I'm
your
up.
time.
I'm up, sir.
Well,
We'll talk
thank
on the
you.
side.
So, thank you, council, for your input. But the one thing I want us to consider, the $347,000 that they are requesting. I do understand your concerns, what's going to happen next year. You have to be able to stand on your own. It's a nonprofit organization, and you have a board that should be able to come up with solutions to sustain the Friends in Crisis. This is October. In 2 months, we know they're going to have a place to stay. Come January and February, that's probably one of the coldest times of the season. And $347,000, which is ARPA funding. It's not like this, and it's just my recommendation, because I understand I don't have a vote. But the $347,000 is going to enhance the quality of life of individuals that may be 1 day or 3 days from getting their own place to stay. So I just want you to take under consideration that it is ARPA funding. It's not coming from the taxpayer dollars from the city of Killeen, but we know ARPA funding comes from the federal government. But we want to ensure that even though we want them to be accountable, we also owe it to the unhoused to be accountable to them, because they are residents of Killeen. And thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary.
Minutes. MN 23025, consider minutes of regular city council meeting of September 26, 2023.
Thank you. Resolutions, council. You have 5 minutes to speak, 2 times each. Madam Secretary.
RS 23164, consider a memorandum resolution appointing FY 23-24 commissioners to the Youth Advisory Commission.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Ms. Snook.
Good evening.
Ma'am. How are you?
Just fine, thank you. Good evening, council. This resolution is to appoint the FY24 Youth Advisory Commission commissioners. Our Youth Advisory Commission was created in 1993 to serve as a liaison between our youth and the City of Killeen City Council. FY23 activities included Leaders in Training, Youth Conference, Terra Day, Off the Record, and the TML Youth Summit. Our YAC goals include communicating with local government on current issues affecting youth, providing leadership growth and development, involving and engaging youth in alcohol and drug-free networking activities, providing volunteer opportunities to create a sense of community and environmental awareness. And our mission statement is to provide the youth of our community opportunities through volunteerism and service by taking initiatives that are directed toward effective change. The City Council makes appointments to the YAC as vacancies occur. Interviews were conducted on September 23rd and September 30th. Mayor Nash King, Councilmember Adams, and the Executive Director of Parks and Recreation, myself, were present for those interviews. 12 students are recommended to serve as FY24 commissioners based on their leadership ability and community involvement. Those students are VJ Brown, Soraya Ifran, Ju-Young Kim, Shayla Lovett, Ava McQueen, Harmony Morales, Caleb Mungle, Nguyen Nguyen, Aliza Nika, Nadine Nayarmi, Jake Sonier, and Lindsay Wells. Our alternatives tonight, or for council for discussion, option 1 is to not appoint the recommended nominations as commissioners. This option will result in YAC not having a functional board to serve as liaison to City Council. Or option 2, choose to appoint the recommended nominations as Youth Advisory Commissioners for the 23-24 year.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no questions for you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Alvarez, you have any, I can't see him.
I did have a quick statement, Madam Mayor.
Oh, Councilmember Adams?
Thank you, Ms.
It's a
Snook.
statement.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Snook, for that opportunity. And council, I will tell you that if y'all were there, you would have been amazed by what was presented before us. And that's
Councilmember Alvarez? Madam Secretary?
RS 23165, consider a memorandum resolution appointing members to the Senior Citizens Advisory Board and the Bell County Tax Appraisal District Board of Directors.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Secretary.
Mayor, City Council. The City Council made annual appointments to boards, commissions, and committees at its September 26, 2023 meeting. Also, on September 26, city staff was notified that a member of the Senior Citizens Advisory Board had resigned earlier in the year. Therefore, a vacancy exists on the board. In December of odd-numbered years, City Council appoints a Bell County Tax Appraisal District Board member who must be a resident of the county and must have resided in the county for at least 2 years immediately preceding the date of taking office. On October 3rd, 2023, the Bell County Tax Appraisal District requested that the City of Killeen send its selection for the Board of Directors via an adopted resolution by November 13th, 2023. Mr. Richard Dick Young was appointed to fill an unexpired term on the Tax Appraisal District Board of Directors in 2021 and was reappointed to serve on the board in October of 2021 for a 2-year term. Mr. Young has expressed an interest to continue serving on the board. Depending if the changes from Senate Bill 2 on the November 2023 ballot are voted for, the Board of Directors that are appointed now will only serve 1-year terms, and the entity-selected Board of Directors process will be changed in the fall of 2024. Therefore, Mr. Young may serve a 1- or 2-year term. So we have the Senior Citizen Advisory Board vacancy, and the subcommittee is Mayor Pro Tem Cobb and Councilmember Solomon.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem or Councilmember Solomon, oh, you up here. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you for that report. Our Senior Advisory Council is a wonderful council, and tonight, Mayor, I am proud to ask that we take a look at an application that we received before we've received some latter applications. I would like to nominate Ken McCord.
Councilmember Segar, are you okay with that? I mean, Councilmember Solomon, you okay? Okay. All right. Council? Okay. Madam Secretary, you can go to the next item.
That's the appointment of the Bell County Tax Appraisal District Board member.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
Mr. Young has
Wants to
agreed
stay.
to serve once more.
Okay, Council, no problem? Or do you have anybody else? You okay with him? Okay, everybody okay? Okay, we're okay with Mr. Young.
Okay, thank you. That's all I
No,
have.
thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
That
Thank you
was
very
really
much.
nice. Thank you. All right, Madam Secretary.
RS 23166, consider a memorandum resolution authorizing the Solid Waste Division to purchase containers for the City of Killeen's solid waste collection system and container replacement program in an amount not to exceed $604,123.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Mr. Reynolds, good evening.
Madam Mayor, Council, City Manager, City Attorney. This item is for annual container purchase. Solid waste is a container-dependent operation for our commercial and residential side of the house. Solid waste maintains an inventory of containers and parts needed to accommodate normal growth and to replace lost or damaged containers throughout the city. We had got quotes, and quotes was obtained through a cooperative purchase agreement with Sourcewell and Omnia. These are the three vendors that we have for that. We have We're also in the year 2 of our container replacement program. As you know, last year we proposed that and you approved it. This past in FY23, we did replace about 2,550 containers throughout the city that was dilapidated. This year we plan to replace about 2,515 containers. Funds are allocated in this year's fiscal budget in the amount of $604,123. On average, we have about 1,230 new accounts each year. That's on top of the replacement program. This is what the refurbished containers look like. We have a container shop in-house, which makes us unique to other cities where we do refurbish containers. They have about a 4 to 6 year lifespan, but our guys, they will refurbish them. This is what one looked like. This is what it looked like afterwards, and we get an extra 4 to 6 years out of that container. We have 2 alternatives tonight. And staff recommends that the city council authorize the city manager or designate to procure residential solid waste containers from Toda LLC and commercial containers from Waste Quip and Box Game Manufacturing LLC through a cooperative contract in an amount not to exceed $604,123. And I'm here to entertain any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. There are no questions. Thank you. Council, Madam Secretary.
RS 23167, consider a memorandum resolution authorizing a 5-year printer lease for communications print services from Ricoh in the amount of $55,752.60.
Thank you. Mrs. Ford. Good to
Good
see you
evening.
on the other side.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Manager. So printing services prints about more than 400,000 black and white prints each year, and this is on a standard office printer. It's 3 times what's recommended for this type of printer. The existing lease with Konica Minolta expired on October 2nd, and staff sought other options, but Ricoh was actually the best solution. The lease agreement with Ricoh through Texas Buy Board Cooperative in the amount of $55,753.20. This is what it includes. It is a 60-month agreement, and that's recommended to lease it rather than buy it. This is the total cost of the lease, broken down over those 5 years. Our alternatives are to operate without a lease agreement, with no maintenance warranty on an outdated printer copier, or to enter into a 5-year lease agreement with Ricoh for a new printer copier for it. It's more of a production style. And our recommendation is to approve that lease.
Thank you. There are no, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mrs. Ford, I just have a quick question. That's not for one copier, $55,000, is it?
It is.
It is? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary.
RS 23168, consider a memorandum resolution approving a professional services agreement with Blue Skies Associates for data migration to the niche records management system in the amount of $75,000.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Resto.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, the item before you is a professional service agreement with Blue Skies Associates. Give you some background. In January of 2022, Council approved the Centurion Niche Records Management Interagency Agreement. And then the interagency agreement designates Niche RMS to be shared among the agencies in the effort to obtain access and use criminal justice information within the Bell County area. The city of Temple is the host city, while Bell County and the city of Killeen are designated as backups. These are the following milestones that we have over the years since we signed that agreement. So in January of 2022, the city of Killeen signed a Centurion Interagency Agreement. In June of 2022, the Temple Police Department began contract negotiations with Niche RMS. In March of 2023, the Temple Police Department signed between the City of Temple and the Niche RMS And then between April of 2023 and August of 2023, the installation of the niche RMS and development environment, deployment of the city ready-to-use acceptance testing, complete and test application interface happened. So our next step is to do a data conversion, which is estimated to start at January of 2024. Blue Skies Associated is an accredited niche RMS partner and has already developed the data conversion scripts for the City of Temple. Blue Skies Associate will work closely with the Killeen Police Department and the city IT staff to design the approach to mapping and validating the data migration of Web RMS, our current system, to the niche RMS system. Blue Skies Associate staff will then perform the actual data migration work based on the mapping and validation rules. Data conversion completion is estimated to 3 to 4 months. Our alternative is to authorize the approval of the professional service agreement with Blue Skies Associates in an amount of $75,000, or do not authorize the professional service agreement with Blue Skies Associated. Our recommendation is to execute the professional service agreement with Blue Skies Associates in the amount of $75,000 and authorize the city manager or designee to be expressly authorized to execute any and all change orders set by state and local law. And I'm here to answer any of your questions that you have.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions. Madam Secretary.
RS 23169, consider a memorandum resolution awarding the request for application for banking services.
Good evening, Mrs. Tangerlin.
Good evening, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. The item I'm presenting today is the request for proposal for bank services. The bank selection background. The financial governance policy requires that the city to seek proposals every 5 years for bank services. Last request for application was conducted in 2019, and the city is not required to change financial institutions. BBVA, that merged with PNC, has provided bank services since 2011. The current agreement expires on December 31st, 2023. City staff collaborated with Bidder. They are our firm, the current firm that we use for investments advisor, and to issue a request for proposal. The responses were received from PNC and JP Morgan. The proposals were evaluated for the services and automation capabilities which support those services, net fees charged for services, and the earning potential. The request proposals were based on 3-year initial agreement term and 2 one-year renewals. The bank score and service proposed fees were as follows. PNC Bank score for services 586, and JP Morgan Chase score 702. The proposed fees for 3-year initial term for PNC Bank was $157,690, while JP Morgan Chase is $142,025. And the 5-year term is $262,817 against $256,708. The alternatives is not to award the bank service agreement or do not award the bank service agreement to JP Morgan, but award the agreement to the other financial institution, or to award the bank services agreement to the JP Morgan Chase. City Council authorized the city manager or designee to execute the bank services agreement with JP Morgan Chase Bank, and further that the city manager or designee be expressly authorized to execute any and all changes, orders, or supplemental agreement with the amounts set by the state and local law. Ms. Linda Patterson from Meter is here. If she's the one who assists us to do the RFP, and if you have any questions about the RFP, she's here to assist for answering those questions also.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mrs. Tangerlin, what does that mean? We just need a new bank?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary.
RS 23170, consider a memorandum resolution authorizing the award of bid number 24-01 for water and sewer materials in an amount of $920,377 in FY 2024.
Thank you. Welcome back, Mr. Reynolds.
Yes, ma'am. As stated, this is the award, the presentation for the award of bid 2401, water and sewer materials. This is an annual bid that we go out for to acquire materials for water and sewer operations. Water and sewer utilizes various materials to operate and maintain the water distribution and sewer collection systems. Material items that are procured through a bid process on an annual basis, and bidders are selected by individual material lines based on the low bid for that item. On September 20th of this year, 7 bids were received for bid number 2401, and these bids are estimated quantities for a 12-month period. As you probably remember, since COVID, we weren't able to get bids for 12-month periods, so this is our first time being able to do that. We had to do it as needed purchase, and this right here is a good reason to have this because we got 12-month locked-in bids on this. 7 vendors bid on these 118 items, and the vendors are as following, and for various different items throughout there. Those items are listed in your packet. We have 2 alternatives, and staff recommend the City Council authorize the award of bid number 2401, water and sewer materials to the selected vendors in an amount not to exceed $920,377, and authorize the city manager or designee to execute this contract with the selected vendors. I'm here for any questions you may have.
Thank you. We do not have any questions for you. Madam Secretary.
RS 23171, consider a memorandum resolution authorizing the procurement of signs and traffic control devices for use in the traffic calming program with Centerline Supply, Inc. in the amount of $105,223.80.
Good evening, Mr. Zagers.
Good evening, Mayor and fellow council members. What we have agenda today is to purchase equipment to be used for our speed mitigation program, also using the ARPA funds. This is part of ARPA 37, which is the funding that was approved for speed mitigation efforts. Since the time we started this program, we've started off with 23 requests for speed studies since January 2023, where we go out and with these requests put out counters and meters to determine what speeds are actually happening on these roads. 19 requests so far have been completed. Of those, only 5 of them have actually shown where we needed to do something. All the others are within tolerances of speed limits, so there's really no speeding in most of those locations. It is determined that of those locations, the items that we're looking for to address them would be additional signage, pedestrian improvements for safety on some of the higher speed roads, and also working with the police department to have increased police presence during the times we know that speeding is occurring. The items that we are looking to purchase with Centerline Supply and where the locations are would be Rosewood Drive. We're looking at installing flashing speed limit signs where you see the speed limits with the LEDs that are flashing around the perimeter. And also what we call rapid flashing beacon. These are going to be at 2 crosswalk locations. These are a pedestrian activated button crossing that when someone wants to cross the road, they'll hit the button, it activates really high-powered LED flashing lights on both sides right at the crosswalk to alert the drivers to slow down and stop for the pedestrians that are crossing the road. Roy Reynolds is another one where we're actually putting a speed limit sign, but this one's going to have the radar with this LED display. It'll display what your speed is. Another one at Westcliff, we want to put the same type of sign out there. The other one, Robinette, we found that we're proposing, again, the flashing speed limit signs with just the LEDs to light it up and notify drivers. Edgefield Street is a pedestrian crossing that we determined that we want to put another one of the beacons to install a new crosswalk to allow those pedestrians from a neighboring subdivision to get to the schools and have safe crossing for the pedestrians to get to a school. And then other locations that we're going to determine are just more of the flashing stop signs. We have one at Chaparral and Rosewood where it's a stop sign with LEDs around the edge that really alert the drivers during low light at nighttime of the stop signs. And then in addition, we also are looking to purchase 4 new upgraded speed testing equipment because the ones we have are just tubes. We've had a couple vandalized. The ones we're looking at now are more pole-mounted radar and less likely to be vandalized and also a little more accurate, but also we can find out the results a little more quicker from our desktops and having to go out there, gather, and look at information that way. What we're looking at for the beacons, this is kind of what we're looking for. These are 2 locations on Rosewood that we want to install these, where there are existing crossings that are on the road. But again, with the high speed on Rosewood, we want to alert the drivers a little bit more. You can see the sign shows the pedestrian crossing. Right below it is a 2 LED light, and then you have the pedestrian button who would go up, press the button, and it activates those lights. And it'll be on both sides of the roads, or if there's a median, you get 3 sets. And then this is locations and what we're looking at for the radar speed signs that kind of show you what your speeds are. The other ones, these are more the speed limits with the LEDs are on the perimeter that light up, similar to what we have that stop sign on Chaparral. And then this is kind of what we're looking at with those radar speeds. This is kind of a piece of equipment that mounts on the pole. We can have that post the speed or not, but in the meantime, we also are able to get real-time data on what the speeds are. And then we can get all the data for a week-long period to determine what our 85th percentile to see if there actually is a speeding issue going on out there. And their alternatives are to defer the purchase of the signs and traffic control devices, or other alternative is to purchase the signs. And our recommendation is obviously to purchase. And here for any questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Zegers. Councilmember Boyd.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Mrs. Eggers.
Good evening.
I understand the city council allocated $250,000 towards traffic calming devices for implementation across the city, with the proposed expenditure not to exceed $105,000, with close to $145,000 remaining for future use. Looking at this list of the streets here, I do think we hit the mark for them needing the various devices that are proposed, but I do think we also missed the mark in 2 specific areas of concern in West Killeen, where residents continue to express speeding concerns. I know I've shared this before, that one of those areas being Bridgewood and Black Forest, that intersection. The other one is Mustang Creek and Pruitt Ranch. We had speed studies done on these 2 neighborhood streets, which
Councilman
were,
Boyd, what was the last 2?
the last 2 was Mustang Creek and Pruitt Ranch.
Thank
The
you.
first one was Bridgewood and Black Forest Drive.
Thank you.
Speed studies were on these 2 neighborhood streets were completed in March of 2022, and the speed studies showed speeding in the areas. I actually went back to print this chart, and the speed limit's posted at 30, and the fastest speed that was recorded was 87 miles per hour. Now, Bridgewood is like a narrow runway, and it has a curve at the end, and it's right off of West Stan Sluter, and I see people speeding down there all the time. I bring this up because of the 20 roads I originally submitted for the speed study in 2021 at the request of citizens. None of them are listed here for speed mitigation devices. Robinette is listed, but I didn't even submit Robinette. So I guess my concern now is citizens' voices honestly not being heard. It seems, I bought these forward and we're getting a different solution or given a reason why it can't happen. I understand the 85 percentile and all that, but as a council member, I'm seeing these things. So I'll give you an example about how I learned about the Bridgewood issue. I was doing work with my job at a residence close to this intersection, and I seen cars speeding down there. I seen a vehicle come out and almost get hit. And I stopped for my interview at the individual door and said, how often does this happen? So this happens all day, every day. I said, interesting. That was about a year and a half ago, and I brought that up. The issue at Pruitt Ranch and Mustang Creek, it's crazy. There's a stop sign there, but people run right through that stop sign. I had citizens reach out to me about it. And so I'm going to read quickly what a citizen recently sent me about this particular intersection. It says this: now we continually have the same problems as people are continually running stop signs, slinging around corners, driving at high rates of speed through the housing area, and nobody has done a thing. We don't have any regular police patrol here, nor any speed bumps that have been put up, and we're wondering what it's going to take to get something done. Is it going to take someone getting killed? Because I almost got hit by a car speeding through a stop sign twice in the past week. They speed around the corner or speed fast, is that going to be it when another car gets hit, or is it going to end up being more cars flipped over in the middle of the road because they weren't paying attention to those driving in the area? And just briefly, it continues to say, nor are there any cops out there to watch people on the street. And it doesn't matter what the residents say. There have been many people that have contacted members of the city council, and nothing has been done. So that tells me, don't want to read that out loud. But I guess it's up, and then the individual goes on to say, I guess it's up to the residents to put a stop to this. My concern is on their behalf and witnessing these issues, bringing them forward for mitigation and them not being included and getting a whole nother street included here. What I'm asking for, what I'd like to see is for us to at least put the blinking stop signs there at these two intersections. I'm not looking for a beacon. We're not asking for all that. We just want something to give people an alert that they really need to slow down. And so I know this came up through the budget discussions. I was probably the person that brought it up. Let's put some funding toward it. But, I mean, we've got $145,000 left, and I would like to see if we can get these two streets included inside of what we already have added here.
So in regard to the flashing stop signs, this is one of those locations that we're going to consider. We don't have any, we're buying those signs with an as-needed type case. In regard to speeding, those were locations that we did test. There is not a speeding problem. There may be one or two, but when you look at the 85th percentile, we are not finding a lot of speeding on the average of people going over the required 30 miles an hour on these residential streets.
Respectfully.
When people are staying there, I mean, when you're standing there and you see a car going 30 miles an hour, it appears to be going a lot faster than it really is. And that's kind of that perception issue that we get. We get a lot of these requests for speed studies. We did the original 20. We found one location on Onion Road that we had speeding, and we put up additional speed limit signs, followed up, and actually it did decrease the speeding. When we look at these other new requests, these are what we're getting almost on a weekly basis by the public. We have the C-Click Fix program. People enter them, they make a request for speed studies, and then we go out there, put them on the list, and we do them. So these locations we did do a test. And we did go out there and do speed studies, but we did not find any speeding. But in regard to the stop sign, that's an easy fix. We're looking to bind those signs, and it's very easy to put those signs out there.
Okay, and it would be great if that was in the presentation, so I knew where those would be. I'm expecting signs in those two intersections, blinking signs.
We don't have a problem with that.
Sure, and I'm communicating that with the residents as well. The issue that I have is that representing these folks who see this on a regular basis, who bring it to my attention, who also see it and recognize it as an issue, large enough for me to bring up to the city council, and then hearing that the studies don't qualify.
Councilmember Boyd.
Yes, ma'am.
would you like an additional minute, because your time ran out?
Yes, ma'am, be about 30 seconds.
Okay.
Just to ensure that they are not having to deal with this speeding. There are concerns about people's kids getting hit, people's vehicles getting hit, and the speeding is a problem. Again, it's just not me speaking. These are citizens here. So just to get clarity, well, actually, I'm going to ask for this. I'm going to ask that we do most recent speed study on Bridgewood, because I don't know the last time we did one. Well, actually, the last time we did one was in March of 2022. So we can get a most recent study of Bridgewood to see if it qualifies for speed mitigation. I'd appreciate that. I'd also like to see the results like I have here. And I'm also, like I said, I'm expecting those blinking signs at the two intersections that I mentioned, being Mustang Creek and Pruitt Ranch.
We can do
that. Thank you.
Mr. Cagle.
I appreciate that, and I think we've discussed this in the past. The very best way to keep people from speeding is to build streets in a manner where they don't feel comfortable speeding. And because the fact is, people drive about as fast as they feel comfortable, regardless of what the speed limit or the signs are. And we've created speedways all over town. With our new standards, that reduces that, but it comes back to Bunny Trail. We are now designed a drag strip, and we have schools on both sides of Bunny Trail, and there will be fatalities out there because of the design. And we can, if we do this right, we don't have these worries about making sure we have police officers on try to have police officers on every street with speed guns. Design will take care of it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Mr. Zager, when was the last time you did studies on the 20 streets?
Well, it's been ongoing. Since January is when that's how many we've done this year. Matter of fact, we got another request that came in through an email today. I just don't remember the location. But that is what we've been doing since January, are those locations that have been requested by the public. We also had the initial batch that we had last year that council gave us that started the whole program, and then also helped us develop our traffic mitigation and traffic calming program, which has that step-by-step where residents can call in, do a petition. It starts that investigation for us, and then we respond back to whoever submits the request, we do respond back. But it's an ongoing thing. These 22 have been since January of this year.
So I guess my question is, I'm just saying, if I see a street where I feel like I see the cars are just speeding all the time, and you may have done the study or not, what was the type that you said, I'm not going to request it, but I'm just curious, what was the type that you said was the cheapest one that you could put up anywhere?
So we look at what is out there. First, you have to see if there's speeding to begin with. If you look if there's accidents, or is it people just ignoring signs. And you have to do that analysis to determine how you're going to address it. Are you going to put more speed signs out there? We did that on Onion Road where there weren't enough speed limit signs. We added a couple more. People are obeying those speed limit signs, and then the speed did decrease. That doesn't work at all locations. There's another instance we put a sign up and it didn't really address it. I cannot remember the exact name of the street, but it's kind of in that area that's in your district, Councilman Boyd, where it's one of those where long streets, long narrow corridors, and this is a street coming around the corner. We're adding visual cues to help people feel that the road narrows. Same like the city manager said, you make them feel a little more uncomfortable. Visually, people will slow down. So we're adding little bumps. We're not going to add speed bumps because it statistically shows that those don't work. And in these roads with the drainage problems we have, adding speed bumps would just create a more problem. You start dealing with more flooding and a lot of other issues, emergency vehicle. That's a whole lot of slew of issues that are related to that particular item. But there are things you look at, speed limit. And then if signs don't work, notification, working with the police, then you can start looking at the more expensive type of physical things you put in the road, where you narrow it with a choker, you put a traffic circle in the middle of an intersection, and those are kind of what we do in a progressive type of way, and that's really as it's outlined in our traffic mitigation program.
Okay, I was just piggybacking off of council member Board. I just was trying to see the steps, that's all. Thank you for that. Mr. Cagle.
We have more money. This is obviously not all the money that's allocated, so for more locations, we have this money through December of '24. And also, if some of these speed mitigation don't work, then we take the next steps to.
Which is?
Well, it could be a number of things. Either we have some bump outs on the street with some trees, maybe different things to narrow the street to make it where the drivers don't feel safe speeding. That would be the next steps.
That's it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, bump out to narrow road.
They call them chokers. Chokers are the bump outs, chicane. There's a lot of different things, little things you can do, but you start looking at physical construction type items.
Okay. I didn't know that, so I'm going to start looking and really focusing on where people are speeding at. 'Cause now that I know the process. Thank you. Thank you for that, Councilmember Boyd. Councilmember Sagara.
Thank you, Mayor, and appreciate, the work that you guys have done. And since you mentioned Rosewood, I know that we're talking about speeds, but on Rosewood, right there on Rosewood and I-14, 190, we know there's always a lot of accidents, and that's on my way home, and I figured out what the problem is. I'm sure you know. But I was behind, many times I'm behind somebody, and the inside is a turning lane, but a lot of people go straight. And so a couple of times, I'm sitting, one goes straight, and he hits the car that's making that turn. And if you come back to where W.S. Young is, W.S. Young, when they built that road, they extended that sidewalk, so that inside turning lane, you can't go straight because you'll hit the sidewalk. So I would like to see if this is possible, and hopefully we got enough money, and I don't know if that's even ours, but the accidents are, some kind of barrier, and so people know, because I know there's yellow lines there, you can't even see them. So some kind of barrier right there so that they can see you cannot go straight. You got to make that turn, because it is a common situation where that inside lane just wants to go straight, and then the outside wants to make that turn. That's what's creating a lot of these accidents. We had a truck a couple of months ago that did that, same thing, the car went straight. The truck was actually doing the U on the other line, and the car went straight that way too. And so I think that if we can figure out a way to put some kind of barrier, it can be one of those plastic orange, whatever it is, so that cars know when they're sitting there, do not go straight. You got to make that turn, because they did not extend the sidewalk like they did on the other, if you look on W.S. Young, that's not an issue because that sidewalk has been extended.
And that's actually a TxDOT intersection. That's something that we need to work with them. We've had
definitely.
We've had conversations on both Stan Schluter and Rosewood in regard to CTE and I-14 interchange.
And I understand, and that's why I say something small, barrier, those A-frames, long plastic ones with reflectors, so people know that, we're tired of all these accidents happening there, so.
I'll reach out
Could you
to the
reach out?
district engineer and see if there's any immediate things or future safety STIP grants or
Yeah,
something.
because it
we
seems
can
like
do.
it'd be a simple solution. It wouldn't cost a lot, but it would save a lot of people from going in those accidents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Segar. Councilmember Adams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and this is outstanding because we just discussed the last agenda item partially as well, which will help us get that grant. So we're the largest member of K-Tempo,
That is true.
and I did the training, and the very thing that can address all, because I like to see the traffic enforcement or traffic mitigation program expanded across the city, so there's no street, every street that there's a child or whoever that walks, because we want to be a walking city as well as part of our plan, comprehensive plan, where the Safe Streets for All actually covers, and I know you're on the technical advisory committee as well, so when we got to make sure that we're pushing Killeen getting the most of that, the bulk of that money, because we do have the most streets, the most people, and so I asked council that every chance we get to talk about this, let's talk about it so we can match the grant and it'll come out of our dollars. But I want to make sure that we get it. So I know I sit next to the district engineer at the K-Tempo meetings, and I'm going to start whispering to him, hey, we need to get the bulk of that money.
Yeah, as soon as they get done with their grant, that opens up the door for us to start.
Exactly, and now we should start to hear about something in the next couple of weeks, and I don't want to, and thank you for doing that. I remember a couple of months in January, February, I asked about the mitigation on Rosewood, but I also asked about something further down Siltstone, where they cross over to go into the park. Is that on your list as well?
There's a lot of them on the list.
Okay, then I don't know. Is there a way where council we can just go and find that, like on the?
We'll look at that. We'll look at that. We have a table. We can.
Okay.
I think there's no problem. We can put that on our website.
Because if we can
make
just see it,
available.
it'll save time in asking you to name specific areas.
Yeah, we will. We can start sharing those reports. That won't be a problem.
Thank you. That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Zagers, thank you. I thank your staff, because you have an outlet where residents can, if they have concerns and complaints about the roadway, they can contact you. And council, if y'all have any concerns about roadways in your district or the city as a whole, because I'm going to start being more proactive in that area, we can just report it to you and you'll look into it. With that being said, it's 8:03 and we're going to take a break.
Thank you.
We apologize for the long agenda, but as you know, council went to TML and Michael Boyd, Councilman Boyd, and went to TML and also AUSA in order to get some training on to how to better serve you. So therefore, That's why our agenda is long, and we're going to move this along. Staff going to come up and speak. And urgent, and and we're going to keep on moving. So we're going to go to item, Madam Secretary, RS-23-172.
RS 23-172, consider a memorandum resolution authorizing the procurement of fleet vehicles and equipment in the amount of $5,934,882.
Thank you. Welcome back, Mrs. Tangleman.
Thank you, ma'am. This item is for the procurement of fleet vehicles and equipment. Background: Fleet Services manages 976 units of rolling stocks. That includes maintaining the annual fleet procurement schedule. The procurement schedule is based upon available funding, vehicle age, and maintenance. The annual fleet procurement budget for the last 3 years of fiscal year 22 was $6 million, and 23, $7.9, and 24, $6 million. That includes $125,000 of additional fleet. This is the current pending fleet orders, and I have a couple of side notes on it. You see the department is here, number of units, the day that it was placed, and the estimated time of arrival. The unknown, what that means is we don't have a date from the dealership when we're going to receive the vehicles. That can mean this week, 1 year, 2 years. We don't know. For aviation, we have one vehicle that we don't know. For drainage, we actually received 2 vehicles out of this 5 unknown for the last few days. And then we also have 1 unit that's expected in this fiscal year. In calendar year 2023. For animal services, we expected the 4 to come on July 2024. And for fire department, we expected 7 pieces of equipment for the next 3 years to come in. We don't know where the ambulance will arrive. For the police vehicles, 4 of these 18 vehicles we received in the last few days, and the other 14 units were damaged by hail at the dealership. They're at the dealership, and they're doing the repairment right now. So we don't know when we're going to receive it, but any day. And then we have a 33 that we don't know when we're going to receive it. For transportation, we have 1 vehicle that we're going to receive in October 2023. For solid waste, we expect to receive all the vehicles within the next 6 months. For water and sewer, we have 1 vehicle that we will receive in October, hopefully, and 12 that we don't know. So out of these 106, actually 100 units remain to be received, since we already received 4 out of the 18, and we received 2 for drainage. So it's 63%, yes, 63 vehicles that we don't know yet where we're going to receive. Let me look at it. So the total of, for this procurement that I'm bringing right now, the total of 51 units of fleet are being purchased, and this request at a cost of $5.9 million. And this is the breakdown of the vehicles and by the department and how many units we are getting. The continuation for the fleet being purchased are on the approved fleet procurement schedule, and the fleet purchases are budgeted in compliance with the local government code and the city's purchasing policy. The alternatives is to defer the purchase or to purchase it, and the recommendation is the City Council approve the procurement of the fleet vehicles and equipment in the amount of $5,124,882, and authorize the city manager or the designee to execute change orders in accordance with state and local law.
Thank you. There are no questions for you. Thank you. Madam Secretary, thank you. Councilmember Ramon, are you still, Alvarez, are you still on? All right, sir, you have to keep your camera on during council meeting. It's been brought to my attention. Madam Secretary.
RS 23-173, consider a memorandum resolution authorizing a professional service agreement with Transmap Corporation to determine the overall condition of the road network and provide a 5-year maintenance strategy in the amount of $242,896 $1,046,246.20.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Welcome back, Mr. Zagers.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. So I'm here to kind of go over our contract with Transmap. This is our assessment of all our roads, where we bring up our ratings to help determine how and what we're going to do for our maintenance program. The street maintenance fee, this is all tied to it, was created in 2018. Part of that at that time was to, when it was adopted, that we were going to do a condition road survey every 3 years. That was later removed when we updated the assessment in 2019 and did some code updates. But we still have a program where we require to have this assessment done every 5 years. It helps get us that data to see how our roads are aging, what we need to do, and really determine how we're going to maintain our roads. Are we going to do a slurry seal? Are we going to do an overlay? Are we going to do a full road replacement if it gets down too bad? And that's something that, that we are really pushing to keep this thing going. And then we use Transmap Corporation. They are the ones who have actually done this program for the city the last 2 times, and this will be the 3rd time that they're coming out here. When they go out and do an assessment, they're using vehicles similar for what's on here. This is a $1 million van that has LiDAR, lasers. It has equipment both on top and at the bottom to kind of map out what the road is, find all the distresses or cracks or dips, humps, everything, and they create a map. They can do it on a van. They do it at the back of a truck. They also can do trails with a motorcycle. I was actually with the city that they started that with. What they'll do is you get images like this. You have the LiDAR image. So they'll have pictures where you can do a 360 view. You get the LiDAR, the lasers. The middle image is kind of what they do on a road. That's a top-down view that maps out the cracks. Every crack in a road, it measures them, whether by how deep they are, how wide they are, where they're at. And then you also have the third one, that's LiDAR. That's lasers going around, and it's reflecting every little point. And that's, you can find leaves on a tree, you measure signs, and use that to determine where your sidewalks are, where your handicap ramps. You can actually get to a point where you can measure what the slopes are to help determine if you have to replace them. But this van will do all this all at once. And with that, you actually build how you rate your roads. And it's a rating from 0 to 100. They call that a PCI Pavement Condition Index. The 0's no road, 100 is a brand new road. And what you do is, as the roads age, they kind of have this black curve that kind of goes through. This is when they start off, they're brand new, high age. And as they age, and we're typically looking for a 20-year age, you're going to fall and get to a point on a lower scale of what your life of this paving is. So you're looking at, in roughly, if you're looking at a 20-year life, in 15 years, they're going to lose 75% of that. You're going to have somewhere more in this fair category. But what you want, and what we're doing with this system, is you find out where your roads are, whether they're brand new, or are they going to be down here, or they're down here, depending if they're a good, fair, poor condition. And that helps determine what you're going to do for maintenance. When you do a maintenance, you bring the curve back up. Similar like right here on a poor, if you're going to overlay it, a mill and overlay, you're going to bring it back up to the top, and then it starts that curve all over again. And what you try to do is you're prolonging the length of that age, and that's what we call preventative maintenance. And we try to determine where we're at to try to be effective with what we spend our money in. And I believe this kind of tells you what we do. So you're in the top range, 86 to 100, you're going to just be doing, how do we clear that stuff out? You're going to be doing crack sealing, you're going to just do little surface treatments. And then as it ages a little farther, you're going to do something a little bit more. You're going to do a slurry seal, something to top the top of the road and help prolong that age. That'll give you 5 to 7 more years before you have to do something. And then you lower down, you do a cape seal overlay, a thin overlay, and you try to get a 10-year life. When you get to the point where you're kind of low, that's what we're doing. You're seeing a lot more in our city where we're doing a mill and overlay. That's hopefully gives you another 10 years of life before you should do something else. And then if you get down to that low point, that red area, that's what we had to do with Bunny Trail, Watercress, Willow Springs, Gilmer. It's to a point where it's just fallen apart so much that if you did an overlay, you might get 2 years out of it, 3 years out of it, you're wasting your money. You just at a point now, you just have to rebuild the road. So that's kind of what we use with this information that we're getting from Transmap. And then our alternatives is you can defer the condition, but what that allows us, it doesn't allow us to get accurate data of what our roads are doing. We haven't done it since before Ice Storm Uri, so we really don't know what our roads are looking like right now after that ice storm. You could have this in-house city employees try to go out and assess it, but we don't have $1 million van. We can go out there and walk all 560 center line miles of roadway and try to map it out, do it through a visual inspection. That'll take months, and it's not quite as accurate as what we're getting. And in the long run, it may cost us a little bit more just for us to try to do this work. And then the third one is just to enter into that agreement with Transmap. They can do it a lot quicker. They're planning on being out here in November if we get this approved from council, and we can start looking at results for our next budget year. And the amount that they have is for $242,896.20. That includes assessing and driving every one of our roads. It also includes a sign inventory, finding out what and where all our signs are on our roads, as well as all the handicap ramps. And recommendation is to go ahead and authorize the city manager to enter an agreement with Transmap.
Thank you, Mr. Zagers. Councilmember Boyd.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's great to see this come before us, and it's a very important and relevant study. I just want to give credit to the engineering department and Public Works for the street maintenance strategy they've moved forward with since I've been on council. Each year they prioritize streets for milling and overlay, amongst other treatments. And just in the last 12 months, Desert Willow Drive in West Killeen, as well as Robinette and Judson Avenue were resurfaced, and those were much needed over time. So I want to thank you guys for prioritizing those and using the system, and I'm glad we're able to invest in it again so that they can continue to identify the roads that need to be repaired.
Councilmember Sagara.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, believe it or not, this is one thing that I am truly looking forward to it, because I've been here from the beginning when they did the first study. And when they did the first study, we didn't have any funds or anything, so we never really did anything. Then they did it again, and I think the last time they did, our rating was around 78. So our streets got worse, and that's how we ended up with our street maintenance fee, as you mentioned. So the reason I'm looking forward to is see how much of that impact the street maintenance fee has had, and see if it shows some improvement or not. So I think that this will be something big when it does come out, because we went through years of trying to get the street maintenance fee for that specific purpose. But the question I have is, I know that we're working on some streets like Stagecoach and Bunny Trail and Watercress. Are those going to be, rated? Are those going to be tested and all that? Because we already know that we're going to be replacing them.
We'll have them drive it, because they're going around all the neighborhoods anyway. They have to go down those roads. They get to the side streets, the other subdivisions. So they're going to be collecting data as they're driving. They're just not going to turn off the machine. They're just going to keep driving it. What it will help us is it kind of shows us a little bit more. This third point, data point, shows us a little bit more of how these roads are aging.
Yeah.
Every road is generally the same type of curve, but there may be areas where these roads are lasting a little bit longer than not. The ones in the north end of town tend to be a little older, but a lot of them are still in good shape. So we get a better idea of what type of roads are out there, what they're doing, how quickly are they aging. We can predict it a little bit more. The software that we use not only tells you what the rating, it predicts it. So we can say, what do we expect this road to be in 10 years, 5 years, and then what type of maintenance are we expecting to do? And that's how we generate our maintenance plan, and more importantly, how much money we need to spend.
Okay. No, that's good. I kind of figured, but I don't know, because I know all I remember is one number at the end. And, it went from, I think the first time was like maybe an 82, 83, 84. Then it dropped to 78. And then we did the street maintenance. So since they look at everything, and I know that those streets are going to be fixed, I don't know how that's going to look on the rating. Is that going to bring it down, or is it going to bring it up? So that's kind of why I asked that too.
It varies. The ones we overlaid are going to be higher. So it's all, the average PCI of an 81, 86 is really good. 70 is about average.
Yeah.
I was in a city that was 60. but then I was also in the city with 91. So
Yeah.
they're all over the place.
Good, thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just for everybody's edification, for us to buy that and maintain it is, over the long run, is less cost effective. Okay, just want to make
Yeah,
sure.
if we wanted to invest it, like I say, it's $1 million van, it's $240,000 for this company to come out, but, we have them come out 5 times, and we still haven't bought the van.
Gotcha.
And then someone to run it.
Okay, thank you, and I appreciate it. Just when they go down Stagecoach, make sure they sign an indemnification.
Yeah.
Okay,
Tell them put it on 4-wheel drive.
Mr. Councilmember Alvarez, you have a question? Mr. Zagers, this what, the third year we have had this company come here?
Third time, correct, yes.
Third time, so this is something, same thing. Okay, all right, thank you. Madam Secretary.
RS 23174, consider a memorandum resolution authorizing the purchase of personal protective equipment from NAFCO in an amount not to exceed $264,645.
Madam Secretary, could you read all 4 of them since Chief back to back, and that would just speed up time?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
RS 23175, consider a memorandum resolution approving the inspection, cleaning, and repair of personal protective equipment through Lion Total Care in an amount not to exceed $102,511 for FY 2024. RS 23176, consider a memorandum resolution authorizing the purchase of consumable medical supplies for the fire department in an amount not to exceed $426,233 for FY 2024. RS 23177, consider a memorandum resolution approving a fire apparatus service agreement between Siddons Martin Emergency Group LLC and the Killeen Fire Department in an amount not to exceed $200,000 for FY 2024.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, so much. Chief, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Manager, and Council. Happy to be here, and we are going to move through these in an efficient manner for sure. We purchase our PPE, it's our firefighting gear that we use to fight fires and protect our firefighters as well so that they can effectively and safely do their job. That includes our boots, our helmets, our gloves, our pants, and our coats. We have to comply with our NFPA standards, and we have implemented a 20% replacement plan of our PPE inventory each year. This is now year 4 of that 20% replacement plan. And just so you know, our gear has a 5-year frontline status and then 5 years in reserve. So while it's a 20% replacement plan, it's a 10-year plan. So once we get through with our first round, we'll be going through that gear will go into reserve status, which is a second set of gear, which is important for our cancer prevention. One of the initiatives for cancer prevention is to have 2 sets of bunker gear so that a clean set is always ready. A firefighter comes back from a fire, they put the clean set in, and then our support services division does a very thorough decontamination of the gear, cleaning it from contaminants. A wear test was completed, and NAFCO was our selected vendor. It is the same vendor we've used for the last 3 years, and it also provides the same gear that we are using currently through Sourcewell contract number 32620. There are your alternatives. The total amount is $264,645. It is a budgeted expense as provided in our budget process, and it does conform to city policy under the Lion First Responders PPE Sourcewell contract 32620. And we recommend the approval of the purchase.
Thank you. RS-23175.
This is a second piece. Part of this is a thorough inspection of the bunker gear to see if it is breaking down or degrading once a year. This is part of our Texas Commission on Fire Protection requirement as well. And so every single set of bunker gear, whether it's frontline or reserve, has to go through a thorough inspection and then cleaning off-site, and that is through Lion Total Care. So it again conforms to NFPA Standard 1851 and falls in line with the annual requirement. The services are required, and Lion First Responders PPE is the original manufacturer of our PPE. They're also the person who's, the company that's going to be inspecting it as well. So we have a good confidence level when they tell us that it is either good to go or fails that wear test. This is also through Sourcewell contract number 32620. They will provide the advanced inspections, and we have been using them for 2 years now and have been very happy with their service. Total amount this year will be $102,511. There are your alternatives, and again, it is budgeted through our budgeting process. It conforms to city policy through a Sourcewell contract, and we recommend approving the contract.
RS-23-177.
176.
2376.
Yes.
It's 176. Thank you, Madam Secretary. And council, these are items that come before us every year.
This is our annual purchase for EMS supplies, so we can run our EMS service through our 9 ambulances and 10 ALS fire engines. Again, this is a city policy for consumable medical supplies using the buy board contract. We utilize 2 vendors to purchase our items, and we are able to make sure that we're getting the best price through those buy board contracts. The 2 vendors are Boundtree Medical and Henry Schein. Both of those vendors have been used for a number of years through the Killeen Fire Department. We're very happy with their services and the pricing that they have provided us, even though we've seen increases just like any other industry has. Again, here are your alternatives. The total amount that we intend to spend for the fiscal year is $426,233. It is a budgeted expense. It is conforms to city policy through buy board co-op contract number 610-20. And we recommend approving the purchase of our medical supplies through those 2 co-ops.
Thank you. RS-23-177. Oh, I'm sorry, Chief, Mayor Pro Tem Cobb.
Chief, are those the medical supplies that you're ordering? Are those the ones that are found on the fire trucks?
Fire trucks and ambulances, both.
I just want to say I was a patient in one of your fire trucks, and they did an exceptional job, and they had everything that I need and that we needed to keep me alive. So hats off to the fire department and those fully equipped, ready to go fire trucks. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I will pass that on.
RS-23-177.
This is our fire apparatus maintenance and service agreement. We currently operate 10 frontline and 4 reserve fire apparatus. This is our fire trucks, not our ambulances. Each of those units require extensive maintenance and service that are provided by a certified emergency vehicle technician. Currently, the City of Killeen Fleet Division does not have emergency vehicle technicians. That's a special certification. And to be quite honest, once somebody obtains that, they become very highly marketable to these private companies, and they get paid a lot more than a city can afford, so they typically will leave and go work for that company. We have been very fortunate that the Siddons Martin Emergency Group has moved into the City of Killeen and opened up their largest service facility for their entire 7-state company right in our backyard on Roy J. Smith. And we've did a test last year with a $100,000 service contract just to see how services would go, and we've had great results. Prior to that, any service we had to do that was warranty work would go to Cedar Park or Manor, which took a lot of man-hours to drive there and drive back with vehicles. So Siddons Martin Emergency Group has been our vendor for our 5 new apparatus that we just purchased, as well as all the vehicles that are on order. And they also maintain a very robust staff of emergency vehicle technicians. I can also speak to the fact when we had an issue with a non-Pierce vehicle, one of our older vehicles, on a fire scene just recently on Adams, they sent 3 technicians out to the scene to help us troubleshoot it within 15 minutes of a phone call. We've been very happy with their service. This service agreement guarantees labor rates as well. By signing this agreement, we will be locked into the labor rate for 3 years, which is the duration of the agreement. It's a 1-year initially, followed by 2 automatic 1-year renewals. The 2024 fiscal year amount will be an amount not to exceed $200,000. Again, I talked about the pilot program, and we've been very happy with the results of that. These are your alternatives tonight. Again, this is a budgeted expense. We did budget for this in the budgeting process. This will come out of the general fund, and it does conform to state and local purchasing policies, and we recommend the approval of the contract between Siddons Martin and the City of Killeen.
Thank you, Chief, and your firefighters and staff for all you do for our community. Thank you. Madam Secretary.
RS 23178, consider a memorandum resolution approving the purchase, repairs of portable and mobile radios from Daly and Wells Communications, Inc., in an amount not to exceed $353,301.51.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, and for FY 2024. Welcome back, Mrs. Tangling.
Thank you, ma'am. This item is to purchase radios and repairs. Killeen Fire Department plans to replace 20% of their equipment inventory each year, including portable handle radios and mobile vehicles radios. The PD is on a 10-year replacement program for portable radios, replacing 10%. In additional portable radios will be purchased for utility collections and transportation vehicles, and also the radio repair expenses are also budgeted annually for multiple departments. The radio purchases and repairs will be made from Daly and Wells Communications through the AGAC cooperative contract. The type and the amount, as you see, the portables will be $280,000. For mobile handheld radios will be $18,000, and for repairs will be $54,000. Total amount $353,301.51. The alternatives and the recommendations are that the City Council authorize the purchase of portable and mobile radios, parts, and repairs from Daly and Wells Communications through the AGAC cooperative contract in the amount not to exceed $353,301.51 in fiscal year 2024. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no questions.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Tangling. Madam Secretary, can you read item 25 and 26 for our Police Chief Lopez?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
RS 23179, consider a memorandum resolution authorizing the purchase of police uniforms, duty gear, and accessories from Galls LLC in an amount not to exceed $50,000 for FY 2024. RS 23180, consider a memorandum resolution authorizing the purchase of police equipment, body armor, and accessories and ammunition from GT Distributors, Inc., in an amount not to exceed $387,000 in FY 2024.
Thank you, Madam Secretary and Council. These items come before the council every year. Good evening, Chief Lopez.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor
How
Pro
are you?
Tem, Council Members, City Manager. I'm here this evening to present the requirements for police uniforms and equipment. We have a vendor, and we purchase our police department, police uniform, jail uniforms, and duty gear from, is this Galls or GT? Okay, GT, Galls. And it's required by the state to have police officers and jailers to have some type of equipment to identify them during performing their duties. And this uniform equipment is purchased under the TASB buy board contract. For fiscal year 2023, we spent $162,000 in Galls. This year, we project to spend $50,000 in Galls, and we have budgeted funds available for this purchase. And alternatives to disapprove it or approve the purchase. And we recommend that we approve the purchase is through a buy board contract number 670-22, and for the amount to exceed not more than $50,000.
Thank you, Chief. There are no questions for you. RS-23-180.
Now, this vendor is the GT Distributors. From this vendor, we buy ammunition and other duty-related equipment like weapons and ammunition and sometimes uniforms and body armor, excuse me. So under this contract, this request, ammunition is purchased under the Tex-Mass contract, and duty gear and body armor is purchased under the TASB buy board contract. For 2023, we spent $584,565, and for this year, projected expense is going to be $387,000. The difference is that in 2023, we spent $260,000 on bullet-resistant shields and armor, so that's why there was a difference in the price. We have budgeted for these funds for this year, fiscal year 2024, And alternatives is to disapprove or approve the purchase. And we recommend that we approve the purchase of the GT not to exceed $387,000 for the fiscal year 2024.
Thank you, Chief Lopez. There are no questions for you.
Thank you.
Ordinance, council, you have you each have 2 times to speak for 5 minutes. Madam Secretary.
OR 23018, consider an ordinance amending Chapter 28 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Killeen, Texas by updating the name of the airport as listed in the chapter and amending the applicability of the exemption of parking fees at the Killeen Regional Airport.
Good evening, Mr. Provost. How are you doing, sir?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and City Manager. And how come it's not pulling up there? Coming up, okay, it's on your screen. Background, the Texas Transportation Code authorizes certain exemptions for veterans and military award recipients from paying parking meter fees charged by a governmental authority and has provided that governmental authority may provide it by ordinance or order the exemption in the Texas Transportation Code Section 681.08. Also applies to the payment of a fee or penalty imposed by the governmental authority for parking in the parking garage or lot or in a space with a limitation on the length of time for parking. The background, on June 9th, 2015, the City Council formally adopted an amendment to Section 28-137 of the City of Killeen Code of Ordinances to adopt the fee exemptions provided for in the Section 681 of the Texas Transportation Code for parking in the lots at the Killeen-Fort Hood Regional Airport. The proposed amendment to Section 28-137, parking at the Killeen-Fort Hood Regional Airport, updates the airport name to the Killeen Regional Airport, updates the title of the airport director to Executive Director of Aviation, and amends the exemptions of parking fees at the airport as provided for in Section 681 of the Texas Transportation Code. Specifically, the amendment provides that vehicles equipped with license plates specified in the Transportation Code are exempt from payments of parking fees for the long-term parking lot only. However, vehicles equipped with the specified plates that also have the handicap symbol or handicap placard affixed to the vehicle's rear view mirror are exempt from payment of parking fees in both the long and short-term parking lots. Alternatives is do not approve the amendment of Chapter 28 of the Code of Ordinance or approve the amendment of Chapter 28 of Ordinances. And the staff recommends approval.
Thank you, Mr. Provost. There's no questions for you. Madam Secretary, public hearing. The public hearing will be held on October 24th, 2023. Council, you have 2 times to speak each for 5 minutes. Madam Secretary.
PH 23054, hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance submitted by Shaw Motors LLC, flume number 23-04, to amend the comprehensive plan's future land use map from a residential mix designation to a regional commercial designation, being approximately 4.63 acres, part of the R.A. McGee Survey, abstract number 561. This property is located south of Chaparral Road and east of South Fort Hood Street, Killeen, Texas.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Mr. Revelle, it's been a long night, huh?
Yes, it has. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and City Manager. It has been stated this is a flume amendment to basically a request to amend the future land use map from residential mix to residential commercial for property that's located where the star is approximately on the map. The residential mix is really a mix of all residential types. If approved, going from residential mix to residential commercial, as you can see, the residential commercial is a much higher intensity type. The applicant is really pursuing this request because the applicant plans to submit a rezoning request to rezone the property from that's currently agriculture to B4 for pre-owned car or used car dealership. The location of the property is there, as we said, its current zoning is agriculture. I will note that here, just there to the east there, you have residential properties. The property is located in a wetlands inventory, on the wetlands inventory map, but not in a special flood hazard area. Other things to note that's really important, there's no city water currently, or wastewater, or drainage utility service that's close to the property. As a matter of fact, the closest wastewater service or sewer service is about a mile away. The property is located in the West Bell County Water Supply District Corporation, and as we mentioned, there's no sewer service available to the subject tract, and so they would have to have on-site sewage. Just map showing the vacant land and surrounding properties. So we'll keep moving. All notifications have been accomplished. Notification extent, the 400 boundary. And then, as a part of our analysis, staff is really not recommending that this be approved. It's located in a controlled growth area. As we mentioned, the sewer is not close by. And really, our comp plan kind of speaks to that we need to, when we're dealing with controlled growth, make sure that we're lining up with the big ideas, being fiscally responsible, development paying for itself, and none of that's really happening here. So the staff recommendation would not be to support this. There were several factors, as you know, as a part of the ordinance, there's several factors that have to be addressed. And when you want to amend the future land use map, we paid a lot of money to develop a comp plan and to develop what the future land use should be. And so we set the bar pretty high for amending that. And again, the staff has looked at that determination and determined that they're not meeting these criteria. And a lot of this I've already said, so I won't say it again. You have two alternatives. And again, we're recommending disapproval of the applicant's request. The Planning and Zoning Commission did hear this request on September 18th, and they actually recommended approval, a vote of 6-0. Prepared to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Council members Adams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just curious, what in the discussion of planning and zoning, if you can remember, or what was the reason for 6-0? I mean, what?
There wasn't a lot of reasoning given. There was discussion about what was presently in the location. So across Fort Hood Street, there's almost like existing junkyard, and there's an existing towing company across the street. Of course, those are not in close proximity like this would be to that residential development that I mentioned.
Yeah, behind it and to the north and east of it is rural and residential.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Mr. Rivera, thank you and your staff, because one of the things we do not want to lose focus of, and that is the comprehensive plan.
Yes, ma'am.
The standards, the ordinance that we have put in place, that we should hold each and every one accountable. So thank you for really looking into that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Secretary.
PH 23055, hold a public hearing to receive citizen comment and input on the proposed housing, urban, and development, HUD, pathways to removing obstacles to affordable housing, pro-housing, federal grant proposal.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Good evening, Mrs. McNair. How are you?
Good evening, and
You still smiling?
I am. And it's just Miss McNair, in case somebody's...
Miss McNair, you still smiling, just in case.
I am. But greetings to you, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and Mr. Cagle. Thank you for having me up here at this 9 o'clock hour. It has been a full day for me, but I will try to proceed with as much detail as possible without rushing too quickly. But I am here to present our public hearing for the proposal for the pathways to removing obstacles to housing. I first learned about this grant back when I was still in Ohio, when the Secretary of HUD came to visit us and told us to be on the lookout. Luckily for me and Colleen, I was looking out when I still got here. So communities nationwide are suffering from a lack of affordable housing, and housing production is not meeting the increasing demand for accessible and available units in many urban and rural areas. Under the 2023 Consolidated Appropriations Act, $85 million was appropriated for HUD for competitive grant funding for the identification and removal of barriers to affordable housing. And this is the Pro Housing Grant. As a local, I just did that for the anagram. As a local government, the City of Killeen is an eligible applicant and may use the award, if granted, to develop, evaluate, and implement housing policy plans to improve the housing strategies and facilitate affordable housing production and preservation. I do want to emphasize that this is a competitive grant. This is not an entitlement. So what you see in your packet with the proposal is if we were to be awarded the maximum award, which is $10 million. So it's a competitive grant, not an entitlement. So what I'm recommending to you in that is still open for review, and we are able to pivot. HUD requires that we seek input from the community and hold a public hearing, and this is what we are preparing to do and have our public hearing actually on the 24th. We do have and are in our citizen comment period, which is open for another full week. We are available to take comments at cdgrantsmgt@killeentexas.gov. We are also able to receive them via mail at P.O. Box 1329, Killeen, Texas 76541. And we have advertised in the Killeen Daily Herald, and we are accepting both oral and written comments. Comments will be added to the proposal, and we will tell HUD how we received and how we addressed those comments. The Pro Housing Grant supports communities who are actively taking steps to remove barriers to housing. And preparing for this grant, I actually did take the time to read, highlight, and tab the comprehensive plan, which is where some of my recommendations came from. I did take from that plan the value of developing in North Killeen, which is why the recommendation says North Killeen. It is much more cost-effective to develop where you already have an existing infrastructure. We know there's been disinvestment in North Killeen. I know that you all have been talking since I've been here and prior to my arrival about wanting to put a grocery store in North Killeen. And North Killeen abuts against Fort Cavazos, which I'm happy to say that I was able to make contact with the deputy to the garrison commander today, and I'm anticipating a letter of support because the lack of affordable housing impacts the soldiers and their families on that base, and I'm learning military terminology, so I am trying to hit everything that is a need and needs some attention here in Killeen. And to go a step further with the discussion around homelessness policies and strategies, the main remedy to homelessness is having housing that is available, and it is affordable housing that is necessary. So I have many ideas and thoughts. This is just one piece that I want to attempt to go after, and if we can get it, it will be something that we can use as the seed to grow our efforts to make sure that housing is available and affordable to everyone in the city of Killeen. The Pro Housing Grant Award is not $1 to $10 million. I hope you did not read it that way. It is $1 million up to $10 million. If it was $1, I would give you at least 10 grants myself. So, in talking about the comprehensive plan, I took 3 of the big ideas, which is resource stewardship. With grant money, it allows a jurisdiction to leverage its other dollars, whether they are other entitlements or general funds, to build out some of the growth that they want to see in their community. Neighborhoods, not subdivisions, make great places for everyone. I had a colleague, Mr. Reynolds, was kind enough to take me out to North Killeen because I said, I want to see where the work needs to be done. I want to see where the lack is. And vibrant downtowns, again, in the comprehensive plan, knowing that North Killeen is right there up against downtown, supporting Ms. Kate in her efforts to revitalize that effort and move forward with that. These are recommended uses of the award. I will talk about the comprehensive housing strategy, which I will reword that to be a comprehensive affordable housing strategy and 10-year plan. The comprehensive plan that was set forth prior to my arrival and what you all refer to pretty consistently It does speak to housing to an extent. This will allow us to get more in depth and to look more closely at the affordable housing needs for low to moderate income households in Killeen, not just doing a side-by-side comparison to Austin for people who are at or above the area median income, but really to focus on those people who are at 80% and below, who, Mayor Pro Tem Cobb mentioned being 3 checks away from homelessness. These are people who are 1 missed day of work away from homelessness. So that's something that that plan could potentially address. What's in the proposal as far as the $350,000, that is just an estimate of what maximum that cost could be. A fair housing assessment, we want to make sure that everyone is protected and they have opportunities to housing, which is a federal guideline that we must adhere to. Blight mitigation and demolition, home buyer development, and affordable rental housing development preservation fund. Oops. So our summaries, they said we are required this comment period, which ends next week, so we have a full week to still receive your comments. We will put those in the final proposal. The proposal is due October 30th. My goal is to get it submitted on the 27th to allow myself, our staff, and our consultant that's helping us with this grant to review anything and clean up any issues that we may have. Notification of awards is estimated at January 24, and the period of performance concludes September 2029. Any questions?
Mayor Pro Tem, you were first, but you fell off.
I fell off simply because you answered the question in reference to housing and how it would affect the military in this area, which is great. I like your presentation. I like it because it was thorough and it answered the questions that I was thinking. So thank you. If there's something that we can do to help you, then let us know.
Thank you.
Council Member Sagar.
Thank you, Mayor, and good presentation, and we appreciate you finding these great grants. And my question is, I know you talk a lot about affordable housing, and I mean, sometimes we're not too clear on exactly what that means, and I think it sounds like the goal is to try to create more affordable housing. And my question was going to be on if there was anything specific that we can do to try to make affordable housing, and I know that you gave that presentation, but in looking at that, is there anything in particular that can be used to help affordable housing? Because you mentioned 80% of median income in our area is still pretty high. And I know that affordable housing, sometimes people are shocked. We're building a new apartment complex, affordable housing, and that's about $1,200 a month for a 1-bedroom. And people say, that's affordable housing? Unfortunately, it is. So is there anything that can be done to try to alleviate that? Because I think that's the biggest issue. And you said the right things because, as council, we're focused on our downtown, and you mentioned that. But grocery store, and as I always mention, I think that the biggest challenge we have in bringing in a grocery store is we need more foot traffic because we've been locked in the north part of Killeen. We need to make that area more affordable, that more people move into that, and that in itself will attract a grocery store. But is there anything in particular that this can be used to try to alleviate some of the costs? Because that's what people look at when they talk about affordable housing, is they say, I want my rent to go down, not up.
So what the fund, the Affordable Housing Preservation and Development Fund does is allow, which is different from traditional block grant, this is modeled after Community Development Block Grant, is allow the construction of new units or the rehabilitation of existing units. And so what we would be able to do, and I did say 80%, but we can tell a developer, we want our units, the units that the City of Killeen is providing them investment to develop, that we want those at 60% or 50%. So they can then figure out how they put together their pro forma to maybe put in some traditional market rate or do the 80% to the 120%. The Station 42 development actually is, from what I've seen, it actually is a good workforce affordable housing development. I had the opportunity to show one of my staff members how the government comes up with these formulas, and it is just formulas that they are saying what is affordable and what is not. And what we actually need to do is talk to people, find out what's going on, what is the market saying for them, people that are doubling up in single-family housing, people that are transgenerational in housing, and figure out how do we make that affordable to them. And even speaking to colleagues across departments, being told about some of their staff members that couldn't afford to live in Station 42. So we have this space between this workforce development, your market rate that's affordable when you stand next to Austin, and then this group over here that, from my perspective, and I know I've just been here a short amount of time, they are potentially being left behind. So I'll say there's a lag in addressing that. And this will give us an opportunity to put forth an effort and put some eyes on everything with addressing affordable housing availability, homelessness, the need to mitigate food deserts. It's just not, I'm going to do this right now. We have to find a way to juggle it all and, get it all done at the same time as best we can. So this funding will allow us to even potentially be more intentional about how we use our entitlements. When we get to that space, I would, that time of year, I would like to present some new ways to actually maximize the use of those funds as well.
No, great job. And one last thing, because I'm getting back to that percentage, because people go all over the place. So I went on housing and what is affordable housing? The U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development considers housing to be affordable when a household spends 30% or less of its income on housing costs. And 30%, and here we are, 50, 60, 80%. But this is right off HUD. And so, I mean, that's, I think, where we need to get, because there's a lot of people that are there at 30% and they can't afford that 80%.
Yes, so there's, I've had a lot of meetings with community partners and seeing what interest they have to basically build their capacity to do more work when it comes to, if we were to, introduce the tenant-based rental assistance program using the home dollars and the home ARP. There's a lot of possibilities out here, and this is just our first crack at getting a competitive grant. Hopefully, we will receive something. Like I said, the floor is $1 million, the ceiling is $10 million. HUD in their NOFO said that they anticipate, or they stated they anticipate awarding 20 of these awards. So hopefully Colleen is in line with that. And when we find out the award amount, there will be an adjustment. We will amend our proposal and resubmit that to HUD. And at that time, there will be another space for the public to comment on what we would provide to the federal government.
All right, great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Sagara, this grant is geared toward the north side of Colleen.
Yeah, definitely.
And also, part of our comprehensive plan is to have diverse houses, homes from the higher range, middle class, and also affordable homes, so.
Yeah, no, I just want to make sure we're in line with what they're looking at, because if we're saying we're at 80% and they're looking at 30%.
Yes, sir. So our comprehensive plan is broader than just one side of town, and that's what Ms. McNair is focused on, is north side with this grant. Anybody else? All right, thank you, Carmen.
Thank you.
All righty, council, we're almost home stretch. So items for discussion at workshop. Council, you have 2 times to speak each for 5 minutes. Madam Secretary.
DS 23099, discussion regarding proposed changes to the architectural and site design standards ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Mr. Cagle and Mr. Revelle, I am excited to see how both parties have worked together and what have we come up with.
Yes, Mayor and Council.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Boyd, you have a question? I'm talking about the last question. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. The floor's yours.
Just so you know, we have at least one member of the development community still with us. Dan Brule with D.R. Horton is here in the back. He just waved if you want to ask anybody questions. But we have had a number of meetings, and while I don't think there's 100% agreement, there's broad agreement on all of these. We have, the ordinance has changed significantly since a year ago. And it's been lessened quite a lot, but I still think it represents progress when we combine this with the other recent changes that we've made, such as narrower streets, street trees, smaller setback requirements, the park dedication ordinance, and new street design standards. And so I think we've reached a good compromise, and I think if we hadn't, we'd probably have a bunch of folks out there, but I'll turn it over to Mr. Revelle to go over some of the details.
Welcome back, Mr. Revelle.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Cagle. Thank you, Mayor and City Council. As Mr. Cagle had said, we've had a number of meetings at the last motion of direction that we received from City Council on August the 15th. Since that time, we've had 3 stakeholder meetings, and everything else that I'll share will speak to what terms we were able to come to together from those 3 meetings. If you recall, in the ordinance, there's an appeals process. Currently, that appeals process basically allows for things that don't meet the letter of the ordinance, but the spirit of the ordinance, to go straight to the Zoning Board of Adjustments. This change will allow for that to go to staff first. And then if staff is not able to address the concern, then the applicant can go to the Zoning Board of Adjustment. We believe this was a change that was really requested and supported by the builders and developers, because if everything has to go to the Zoning Board of Adjustments, then there's time associated with that, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, or whatever. There could be some cases where staff could do something, in a matter of a day or so, or less than a day. As relates to the repetition standard, the proposed repetition standard, one of the major changes is we did separate out, as was mentioned in the motion of direction, between single-family and two-family homes. So those are separated out, and there's going to be some more information about how we're distinguishing between those two later on in this presentation. As it relates to the repetition standard, though, if you recall, in the existing ordinance, it basically calls for 5 unique elevations. Now, as you can see on the bottom of the slide, there'll be 3 unique elevations. So we went from 5 to 3 there on the repetition standard. This standard is really showing what the words on the last slide show, that basically every 2 lots, within every 2 lots, then you can move over and repeat. And then across the street, it can be directly across the street, but it can be diagonally. Okay. Also, in this section, we are retaining the language that speaks to that elevation should be substantially different in terms of shape, mass, and form. And I've got pictures that kind of share that a little bit better. And then we're also retaining the standard that speaks to that the same elevation with different materials, different architectural features, and fenestration, doors, and windows should not be considered different elevations for the purpose. So we're keeping that language. That's not changing. And again, in terms of what we mean by significantly different, these pictures really best describe that. What you notice, this picture on the left kind of really shows a roof system that's significantly different from the roof system here, right? And so basically you probably have 1.5 gables here, and you have 1, 2, 3 gables here. So that's a significantly different roof system that you can see, although the floor plan for these structures is the same. And again, the focus is on the elevation, that front look and appearance, and this is really showing what we mean by substantially different. And again, in terms of mass, form, and shape, if you was to split this down the middle and split this down the middle, you can see if you split this down the middle, most of the mass of the house is on the left-hand side, and down the middle here is leaning a little bit to the right-hand side, but one could call that central too. So again, those are significantly different. What's not significantly different is what you see here, and we're not advocating for this. Maybe it's probably hard to see what's significantly different, but what you'll notice is here, you got the hip, and here you got the gable. So we're not going for that. And again, in dealing with duplexes, a similar situation, you can see that this roof system here, the gable is significantly, I'll just point, gable is significantly different from this hip roof system. So we would consider that to be significantly different. And again, this picture really is really hard to tell what's significantly different here. If you haven't seen it, it's right there versus right there. The eyebrow. And again, just showing again significantly different elevations. I won't belabor the point. I think we got it. And what's not significantly different. And actually, this is all of these structures are current structures in the city of Killeen. Everything that I've shown. This one's off of Rosewood. Okay. The repetition standard, to continue that, we are adding language to the repetition standard. And that's basically saying that you can have the same floor plan, and it may be repeated, but only if the roof lines and the elevations are noticeably different, just like we showed in the slides for the stuff that was significantly different. We're not allowing for mirrored elevations, and then also we're allowing the opportunity for the developer and the home builder to seek pre-approval of their proposed elevations prior to submitting permit applications. If they can submit stuff to us and we review it and sign off on it, that can make for a much quicker process as they move forward with their building permits for each building. As relates to garages, we are adding language that will allow for 3-car garages to comprise up to 60% of the front elevation if the third car garage is set back at least 12 inches and has a different roof line from the original 2 garages. If that's the case, then we're allowing for that. And then also in architectural elements, again, this is where we pick up that distinction between the duplexes and the single family. In the architectural elements, that went from having, I believe it was about 9 options to having a total of 15 options now. So now there's going to be allowed for 15 options. As it relates to the duplexes, in this first bullet here, separate requirements for duplex and single families, duplexes have to meet 4 of those options, and single family would have to meet 5 of those options. And then we've also added, allowed for double credit for at least 2 options, if those options are chosen. Again, I'm using the word options because we're providing opportunities for people to customize and put something together that works for their development. We just more details. There's a covered front entry option that's available now. As I mentioned, the covered front porch option is still there with still the same requirements, but is worth twice the credit. So it's worth 2 options. And then there's additional options that's listed here. I won't go belabor the point because I know the time is well spent. Also, as relates to residential, we are recommending front yard setback changes for single family and residential to go from 25 feet front yard setbacks to 20 feet. That was highly received by the builders and developers, and then also side yard setbacks going from 7 feet to 5 feet for R1 zoning. And then the non-residential, we've made some changes. Again, the intent here is just to make it easier or more attainable to reach compliance. We had a number of non-residential cases that ended up going before the Zoning Board of Adjustments. We believe that these changes that we've had conversations with the development community, especially those that's interested in non-residential development, will address those concerns. So I'll let you read. And again, we believe that these changes will make it easier for applicants to achieve and obtain what we believe still could be a substantial difference and make a substantial difference for the look and character of a neighborhood. And at this point, we're really seeking direction from the council regarding these proposed amendments before we bring it back to the council for a vote.
Mr. Rivera, I'd like to thank you and your staff and Mr. Cagle for meeting with the developers
Yes,
and
ma'am.
builders. Before I go to you, Councilmember Boyd, I just wanted to see, Councilmember Alvarez, do you have a question? Okay. Councilmember Boyd, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First question, what type of direction are you looking for?
Really just getting feedback. We believe, as Mr. Cagle said, we believe that we've addressed many of the concerns that the builders had. We've got additional options. We're looking for feedback before we take it through the formal process, but we're prepared to move.
Sure. Here's my feedback. I believe you all have done an outstanding job working together. This is obviously a compromise. No one's getting exactly what they want, but it's an effective compromise.
Yes, sir.
I am pleased with this. To hear that there were cases going back and forth to the zoning board
Yes,
related to
sir.
non-residential. We found a solution to that. I like the idea of the double credits for the covered porchway. My only personal concern is the side yards going from 7 to 5. But I mean, I'll leave that as it is. I'm really impressed with this. I think we hit the nail on the head. I do. It's been a long time. But thank you for working with the team and you
Yes,
guys
sir.
working back and forth. That's all I
Yes,
got.
sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you for those kind words, Councilmember Boyd. Councilmember Adams.
Ditto what Mr. Boyd said. Additionally, I'm sure this came up in your meetings. If I see a house and the developer, and I want the house to look just like the one right next to it, how do we proceed with that?
Well, in that case there, that's not, so we had a detailed discussion with them about that. In that case there, that's not an appeal. An appeal is really related to when you're trying to meet the ordinance requirements, but it doesn't exactly meet the letter of it. That is what we would call a variance.
Okay.
And a variance would have, you're aware of it, would have to be handled by the zoning board of adjustment.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, sir.
Council, Mr. Cagle.
I think there's a lot, not always, but a lot of times there's another option, is just buy a different lot.
Yeah.
That's, in the bigger developments, that's usually, not always, but an option.
Yeah, but if I want the sun to hit my house
Yes, sir.
right at that
I'm
spot.
with you.
So, thanks.
Councilmember Sakara.
Thank you, Mayor. And, yeah, I think you guys did a great job. My question is, I know that the council, you know, we kind of divided the two ordinance between the single family and.
Yes, sir.
But it looks like they kind of came together here because it seems, are there any difference now between the single family and the duplex, or are they kind of in line?
Yeah, we didn't, I'll speak to your question about difference. Yes, there's a difference in terms of the number of options related to architectural elements. For the duplexes, you only have to meet 4 of them. For the single family, you have to meet 5. So that's the main distinction. As it relates specifically to the repetition standard, because we're dealing with 3 unique elevations, we didn't see a need for a further distinction. We thought the distinction was there.
Yeah. No, and I think you guys covered the main concerns, you know,
Yes, sir.
repetition, porch. I know there's a couple others, but those were the ones that you covered, and I think you guys did a great job, and, you know, I would just, bring this forward so we can make a decision on this.
Yes, sir.
Sir, I just have one question for you. Love the report, love to know that we're going in the right way. But Mr. Ravel, there's only one problem that I always have. When people get in these chambers,
Yes, ma'am.
on the night when this is presented, will everybody be on one accord? That's all I got.
I feel you. Time will tell.
Time will tell, okay?
Bring it on. Bring it on.
But to that point, they all had a chance to sit down and
Yes,
meet, and
ma'am.
we did work out something that was a nice, happy medium. So thank you for that. I just said, let's put this baby to bed and get it going.
Yes, ma'am.
Once again, Mr. Rivera, thank you and your staff, because the council did give it to you to go sit down and
Yes,
work it out with them. And thank you for common courtesy, just asking us if we had a say. But we
Yes, sir.
already gave you permission to do it. So whatever you bring into us, we don't even have a say or argue on it, because we could have done it, but we gave it to you. And for that, thank you and your staff for all your hard work.
Yes, ma'am. We appreciate the council's support. We also appreciate Mr. Cagle's support. He was in every meeting, and we appreciate that as well.
Mr. Cagle, thank you and your staff. Madam Secretary.
DS 23100, discuss reappropriation of available American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA funding.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Mrs. Tanga-Lynn. You just part of family tonight, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
Welcome back.
Thank you. We're going to look at the reappropriation of available ARPA funding. I'm going to go a little bit slower because I want to address some comments that earlier in this meeting. I just want to remind you guys that funding restricted for specific uses for ARPA, they must be spent in or encumbered by December 31st, 2024. When we're talking about encumbered, that means it's got to be a construction. No supplies, no services, has to be a construction. For the hotel occupancy taxes, the amount allocated was $2 million, and we have spent $800,000. The KCC lighting upgrade is going to be addressed in a later slide. Everything that you see check mark over here, it means the project has been completed. This over here means that we are going to request that we don't do this project for right now. And we will address it in a later slide. For general fund, the amount allocated was $8.5 million, and we have spent $6.4. As you can see, the business assistant is in red because this reflects the last change of orders. All the change of orders are already applying here. For the mental health programs for police and fire, we're going to also address that in a later slide. For the governmental CIP fund, we allocated $17 million. We have spent $3 million. For the Meals on Wheels, I have an update. And that is the construction agreement is expected to be executed in November 2023, and the construction is going to begin on January 2024. We haven't had no expenses yet, but we are working on the agreement. For the Gatwood sidewalks, we're working on bid packages that should go to the bid on fall 2023. So bidding that on fall 2023. So you will see that coming back. For the other appropriations that we did in 2023, you see for the speed mitigation measures through city, we do have some expenditures. We spent $48,000 in September, and currently we're working in other quotes. So by next update, you will see that, because this is the amount spent until August 31st. So, a whole month already passed, so these numbers are a little bit outdated. And for the trail upgrades, it's actually 80% completion. We already have some amenities, and we have been purchasing some benches. We purchased some fountains. We're just waiting for the installation, and you will see that updated for the next time I bring you the report. And we have spent $200,000 or $789, and in total we allocated 28.9, and the amount spent is 10.7 million. And this 126,000 you see over here is the amount that we haven't allocated yet. Now, in this couple of slides, we're going to present the what amounts are available, what residual amounts we have for some projects. For premium pay, we have a residual amount on $125,000, and it's because the U.S. Department of Treasury notified the city that COVID natural disaster ended April 10, 2023. Premium pay can no longer be paid for public safety employees after this date. So this is the amount that we had allocated, or we were planning to allocate for fiscal year 2024. So we had to reallocate it to another program. Also, we are estimating to have residual amounts for police mental health program, for fire mental health program, $50,000 each, and for water and sewer backup generators, $19,465. Some more residual for summer youth hiring program, $24,000, and other remaining from other projects. That's $4,000 to $175,000. The KCC lighting upgrades, we want to reappropriate it to HVAC because we don't have enough money to finish the HVAC. And it is $126,000 that we are requesting to be reappropriated. And the funding available for appropriation, that $126,000 is this one that I mentioned earlier before, this one right here. So the total we have to reappropriate is $1.3 million, and the our proposed use are for downtown events, funding for additional events. These are events that we actually have every year, like July, and then we don't have it in a fiscal year 24 budget. Friends in Crisis Assistance for $250,000, Long Branch Pool Improvements for $50,000 because the bids came in higher for the pool house replacement. And like I say, the KCC HVAC system. The estimators are higher than anticipated for construction and will not be able to complete lining project in lieu for completing the HVAC. This also will need additional funding for the HVAC project to include $500,000 in HUD fund balance, and that's $560,000. And the rest of the money we would like to appropriated to EOC construction. The estimates are higher than anticipated for construction. This amount will not cover the charge for the entire complex. And this is the total amount that we are requesting to be reappropriated as $1.3 million. I will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for taking the time out and explaining in detail about the remaining ARPA funding. It was good to see that the Friends in Crisis was added. Councilmember Alvarez, do you have any questions, sir? Speaker, we cannot hear you. You're on mute. Hello? Oh, he went off.
We lost him.
Okay. Councilmember Sagara.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Just two things. Number one, I know that, I don't even know if it's on here, but I know that the council, part of the ARPA funds, we had reserved at the very last of the money for the local grocery stores. I don't remember exactly how much that was.
That is included in one of the slides. I don't know if we can bring up the slides.
Yeah, because I see some like 70s, no, 20.
Yeah, there was 20, but we also had allocated another 70.
For the KPFC fund, and it's
yeah.
right here.
Got it. Yeah, because right there it says 20,328.
Yes, plus 70,000 from KPFC.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Do we know what the status of that is? As far as, like, from staff? I know that there was some sort of application process or anything.
Yes, sir. We had the application, and then we went out on site, and there had been a tremendous amount of work done there without a permit, and some of it we're concerned about because it's on the second floor, so he's going to have to get an engineer to certify some of that work, so that's kind of where we're stuck right now.
Well, it's a good wake-up call for them.
Yes, sir.
And I think that they should have been working with the city a while back.
Yes, sir.
And we just need to figure out a way to do what we need to, obviously get them in compliance, but so hopefully, I know the staff is working on that. And then the second thing, I just want to, I know the big thing here, it's the $350,000 for our homeless center. And as I said earlier, I know that the city of Killeen, when we initiated that, we had asked Families in Crisis to kind of take that issue and service it. And I think that when we look at homeless, the challenge we have as council members, you know, we look at people out in the street. We don't want that here, and do we continue to do that? And but I think that, you know, asking Families in Crisis to take on this And I remember we had committed to say we were going to support you, whether it's through block grants or something like that. And so what I would like to see, and I know Families in Crisis is here, but I think that the reason that you guys kind of felt a little bit of pushback, and I don't know if you felt it or not, but it's a lot of times we don't really know what's going on out there. And I think that, when we do tour the center, I think a lot of people are aware. But I would like to see if we do provide this money, kind of maybe at least once a year an update, because you guys do a lot. You guys do a lot, and I just don't think people know it. All they see is the people out in the street, and that may be 150, 200, but they don't see the people that you help on a daily basis. And I think that has to be shown more, because you guys did that even before we had the homeless center open. This was kind of an additional duty that the city agreed to do with you guys, and you guys took it on, and then you guys get the blunt of the blame and all that. And so, but I think that that's caused by us not getting briefed up on what exactly you guys are doing. So I would like to see that. I am in favor. I just want to say, we do have this ARPA money, so I'll just put it out there. I'm in favor of giving it to the homeless center, and that's my opinion. I can't speak for the rest of the council, to help you guys out, but providing that, you guys brief the council on a regular basis, maybe once a year, what you guys are doing out there, so that people can see that there is a service. If this center closes down, that burden falls right back on the city of Killeen. And we're going to be looking for somebody out there. I know we're working on a transition center, but there is a lot of homeless that will not be using that transition center because they just decide not to do it. So thank you, Mayor. I don't know if I went over my time probably, but.
Councilmember Alvarez, are you back to speak?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, loud and clear.
Perfect. To kind of piggyback off what Councilmember Segarra was speaking to, I think the issue personally that I find myself in with the request for the Friends in Crisis homeless shelter is, obviously the need is great, the need is there. The city saw that. I think we all see that, and we initially gave $750,000 to help get it on the ground, and since then, I don't know how much they've received over the years from CDBG funds. I guess the predicament that I'm in personally is that while the need is great, how do we determine what's good for one nonprofit and not good for every other one that we have in our city? We have so many that serve a need just as great, who are responsible, and that may be a bad word, not to say that Friends in Crisis has been irresponsible, but that have managed their funds appropriately and have planned, and they don't come to us. And then we have one that, they had the issue they had in 2019 and had to close for, I don't know what they said, 46 days. And here we are again. What I don't want to happen is we give this money, and in another year or two, we're back in this same situation. I don't think it's the city's duty to act as a bailout source for nonprofits, and that may sound a bit harsh, but I think the reality is, if we're going to do it, then we need to do it for all. And then we need to go across the board and offer funding for every nonprofit throughout the city. And then how do you draw the line? I mean, churches are nonprofits. How far do you go to say that I'm going to fund your mission? And yes, Friends in Crisis, Families in Crisis took this on, maybe at the behest of the city. That we asked them to, but we provided $750,000 for a startup. We've helped them along the way. This year they applied for, I don't know, $30,000, $40,000 in CDBG funds that they didn't get. but that wouldn't even run that shelter for 1 month. And I heard somebody, I thought earlier from Friends in Crisis, say that they needed money through February. Well, if I do the math, that's about $200,000. I don't know how we got to 350. If it takes $50,000 a month to run the shelter. So I have concerns, to say the least. What I would like to see.
Councilmember Alvarez, they have enough money until February.
They have enough money till February.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so,
Okay. Yes, sir.
so 350 would buy them
Until September, till September, sir. Yes.
Yeah, 7 months, okay.
Yes, sir.
So in 7 months, I mean, would we just hope that there's money there to take them from month number 7 on? What I would like to see is maybe have a little more skin in the game and say, maybe if you can raise half, we'll give you half. You know, something to show that the good faith effort is there. I know my church specifically at St. Joseph's would love to be a part of helping them, and I think a lot of churches would. I don't know if they have a relationship with churches in the area, but maybe that can help find them a more sustainable funding source. You know, when you come to talk about tax dollars and using those for nonprofit funding or bailouts, I think it can get a little dicey. And again, I'm just speaking what's on my mind, and I have concerns. I don't want to see us in this situation again, but I don't know how we can best keep us from being in this situation again. So that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Alvarez. Councilmember Adam?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know in this economic environment, the worst business to run is a nonprofit, because the profit and loss and the long-term projections are hard to do when you're waiting on people to give you money. And so we have to keep that in mind as we do this. I do, one of my pet projects on there, I have a specific question. You said there was 34,000 left for the summer youth employment. The 34,000 that you're saying available, are you taking that from that program? And is there money still to continue it for next summer?
We have estimated money, estimated funding all the way up to December 31st, 2024, because that's when we are supposed to be spending the ARPA funding.
Right, so we still have enough?
Yes, all the way to December.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. That kind of jumped out at me when.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Thank you. Councilmember Segarra mentioned a annual feedback. My recommendation at a minimum would be quarterly, if on this particular program, with an attestation and allocation of funds and an update on the status of this. My biggest fear, and I do respect everything that this organization does for our community, but my biggest fear is that we're going to be down this road again and then have people angry with us as if in the 11th hour for us to figure it out. And I don't want to get caught off guard again, and then do a disservice to our citizens. And then, of course, the kind-hearted volunteers and the people that really care about, you know, what's going on with the unhoused in this particular moment. So in order to protect those people and to protect our investment into this nonprofit, I would request at a minimum a quarterly update with an attestation of the allocation of the funds.
Councilmember Solomon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think it's in reference to families and friends. I know I have seen personally the work that they've done, and they serve the community, and there's a big need right here downtown. I'm in that business as well. I do understand. Of course, they're at a larger scale, and I have worked with them over the years, and we know the business of homelessness and shelter, people needing a place to stay in one night means a lot to a person. If they can just get one night, if they can get a shower. And so for the city, since we have, but I understand that we kind of initiated this and helped start this. And so to just, for them not to operate, even, I have some concerns too. I agree with Councilwoman Gonzalez that there should be an accountability if we're given these funds. But I think at this point, it would help not only them, but it would help the city. Because we have a big need with homelessness in this city. I've seen it from my eyes, we do it every day. And so not to do it, when we can do it, it's ARPA funds, and I don't see why we could not do it. It's a big need. It's people, we've got people that sleep between the buildings downtown. I know, I've helped them. I've helped, and they said, hey, well, where is your, I asked them, well, where you sleep at? He said, well, I'm right between this building. So there's a big need for families and friends. Families and Friends has done a lot. And I think if we have the opportunity to fill that gap for this time, I believe I know we've done it in the past, but nonprofits, all the nonprofits, like Councilman Adams said, that we struggle. We struggle, and but there's a portion of this community that really needs our help, and that is the homeless. Just every day, every week I put somebody in a hotel. And so, but they do way more than that. And so it would really help the city, benefit the city in helping them. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Boyd.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I also understand that the need is great. Councilman Alvarez says something that I don't think we even took into consideration, which is requiring some, if you will, skin in the game. If we determined to fund 90%, that would leave us with $25,000 to use somewhere else. If we determined to fund up to 85%, that would leave about $50,000 to shore up somewhere else. So I think that's something that perhaps should be taken into consideration. If there is anything else we can put more money into, I look at the downtown events. It's good to see we're going to continue to reinvest in that. And we also know that the downtown events are working to bring people to our downtown, exposing our downtown. So perhaps something there. And I'm also looking at the police and fire mental health program. We know that's very much needed. We've added funds to it, but we want to make sure that that continues or grows for the use within our officers there. So that's just a note I wanted to put out there. I think maybe something to take into consideration.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Like the idea of helping others and being successful with our program. So I'm all for everything that this council has stated in reference to Friends in Crisis. I think we should help them. But I just want to tag along with Councilman Boyd, and let's add our youth programs on there too. If we have some youth programs that are needed or have asked, that would be a good look also.
Okay. Mr. Cagle.
Just a couple of things. I don't, as Councilmember Solomon said, there's not another nonprofit in the city that's providing services on this scale. It's a lot of folks they're helping. And there are many homeless shelters across the country that have run into problems like this in the environment that we're in right now. And the last thing I would say, if we don't, and if they do close their doors in February, then all of a sudden we have a problem. And all the work we've been doing downtown is going to be, we're going to have issues. And we know we're working on a long-term plan for homeless that it's had some setbacks, but We're going to work with Friends as well and with our other local providers and come up with I'm sure, a very similar plan to what we had, but just be doing it on our own. So I just leave you with those thoughts.
Right, and the February, they're supposed to close, and if we give them the 350,000, they can stay open until
Yes, ma'am.
September. Okay, I just wanted to get that clarified. Councilwoman Gonzalez.
And then lastly, Mr. Cagle, I appreciate you saying that, and I think that, I can't speak for everyone else, but I'll speak for myself. My only concern is that we provide the assistance or the bailout for February to September, but what happens in September if this happens again and here we are at square one? Who is responsible for that then? Is that us? Do we have to figure it out? Do we have to cancel? So my concern is to make sure that there's a plan in place and that we're not just giving the funds, that we know that they have a plan in place, that they're allocating their funds and they're doing research into Mr. Alvarez's and Mr. Boyd's point that they're reaching out to the community partners to see if they can find another local funding source just in case, right? So that we're prepared. So, thank you.
I bet we could ask them to come back and give us even more regular updates, especially if we put them on the first of the agenda and not at the end. Uh-huh.
So each council member had the opportunity to speak, and I respect each one of your opinion on this. And I do understand that there is an obligation from administration, there's an obligation from the board and also management to, when you go into a nonprofit, to raise the money to sustain it. But however, we have ARPA funding. And don't get me wrong, everything you have said, there are some great projects out there, especially with our youth. I'm big on downtown revitalization. But if we can, Mr. Alvarez had a good point, Mr. Board with the skin in the game, but I really hope that come next week, we're at crunch time on this. We either utilize the money we have to assist them, and if we do use our revenue in other areas, even if they come back, we will not have the funding to support innocent people that really didn't have a say on whether they received the funding or not. I just want y'all to really think about it. And I agree with you, it is not our responsibility, but it is because they are still residents of Killeen. So I'm really hoping that next week that we will vote in favor. I'm not telling you which way to go, but it is ARPA funding that we was going to do something with it anyway. So what better cause than to help someone when they're down? And with that being said, Councilmember Segarra.
Did you say me? No, my question was, we're bringing this back next week for vote as it is, right? Okay.
Well,
Unless the-
I'm
Do
sorry.
we need a direction or something? That's what I was trying to
Yeah,
get.
this is a discussion item, so it's not scheduled for next week.
No, it's just discussion.
So
and
we
then-
are requesting for the motion of direction if we could have it today for some projects.
So you need something from us? You need a motion of direction?
Yes, sir, if I could have one today. The downtown events, I'm pretty sure they need the funds available as soon as possible. So if I can get a partial motion of direction, that will work, or if you guys.
The whole thing? I make a motion of direction, we approve it as presented.
Councilmember Adams,
A second.
all in favor? Discussion. Oh, I'm sorry. So let me move Segarra. Let me move, okay. Councilmember Solomon, do you want to go into the discussion phase? You want to make some changes to recommend? Okay, all right. So now we at the phase when we go in discussion, you have to make an amendment to the original motion if you do want to make the changes. Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Just need a point of clarity. If we are doing this motion of direction for the proposal as is, allocating the 350, do we need to put in there the request for the quarterly review as well in that motion? Please.
Yeah, we can add that. I can add the amendment. Is quarterly okay with you guys? Yeah, quarterly review.
And I concur.
And we can start that. We'd like to get one quickly, because, I mean, we're going to be given this money, then we're going to get a lot of feedback from the council, and it's good if everybody knows what's going on, so.
Would that also, Councilmember Sagara, include any fundraisers, any revenue they have brought in with that update? Yeah, I got you.
No, I'm good the way I got it.
Okay. Councilmember Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor. I was gonna move to amend the motion to fund the Friends in Crisis Shelter 85%, and the remaining 15% to go towards youth program.
Second.
And that can be any youth program?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So, we have an amendment to the original motion by Councilmember Alvarez to fund Friends in Crisis 85%. And, correct? Did you say 85%? Okay, 15% would go to any type of youth program. All right, okay, that's it. Okay, all in favor of the amendment by council, any more discussion? The motion of direction by Councilmember Alvarez to fund Friends in Crisis 85% and 15% of that 374,000? 350, 350,000, and 15% of that would go to any type of youth program. All in favor, yes.
what?
All opposed, no. You can raise your head, Councilmember. Okay, I got it. Motion of direction fails, 4-3, with Councilmember Adams. Councilmember, that's the amendment. It's gone. I missed the names. Okay, going to the original motion, all in favor of the original motion, opera funding as is,
As presented.
and with the quarterly report.
Yes.
All in favor of the motion of direction, yes. All opposed, no. That's a no for you, Councilmember Alvarez, or yes? That's a no, okay. Motion of direction passed 6-1 with Councilmember Alvarez in opposition. Madam Secretary, when you finish that, next agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I may, since we had already discussed the last agenda item earlier, I move to adjourn.
But she still has to read it.
Okay.
Madam Secretary.
DS 23101, discuss the K-Tempo Safe Streets and Roads for All SS4A grant.
All right, there are no discussion. Councilmember Adams.
Move to adjourn.
Second by Councilmember Boyd. All in favor? Meeting adjourned.